Good evening, everybody. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, when you are ready, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Melly Garthwaite at large, present.
Councilman Peter Rivera.
Peter Rivera at large, present.
Councilman Sean Ronan.
Here.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan is absent. Councilwoman Nancy Tagliatella.
Councilwoman Nancy Tagliatella, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali is absent. Councilman Gary Donovan.
Councilman Gary Donovan, 4th District, present.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Councilman Edward McMillan, 5th District, presente.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan is absent. Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker, 7th District, present.
Councilman David Beaton.
Councilman David Beaton, 9th District, present.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani.
Ron Quagliani, 10th District, present.
And Chairman Christopher Vargo.
Chairman Christopher Vargo, 8th District, present.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you are ready, if you would please read the call into the record.
This is an amended notice of special meeting for a public hearing for the City Council Charter Revision. Notice is hereby given that in accordance with Rule 4.5 of the Rules of Procedure of the City Council, Chairman Christopher Vargo Jr. has called a special meeting of the West Haven City Council to be held at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, June 17th, 2026, in the City Council Chambers, 3rd floor, 355 Main Street, West Haven, Connecticut. The purpose of this special meeting is as follows: to hold a public hearing on the City Council's recommendations to the Charter Revision Commission for revisions to the proposed revised charter.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, the time is 6:33, and we will now start our public hearing on the City Council's recommendations to the Charter Revision Commission for further revisions to the proposed revised charter. When I call, I would ask that you raise your hands, and when you're recognized, please step up to the podium. Before you start giving your comments, please put your name and your address on the record, and please limit your comments to whatever amendments that the City Council is recommending back to the Charter Revision Commission. This is not a back and forth dialogue between the public and the City Council. However, if there is a legitimate question on an item that you do not understand, then I will either answer it or allow one of my colleagues to answer it, but we are not going to engage in a back and forth discussion. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address the City Council? For a second time, anyone from the public like to address the City Council? Mr. Heffernan?
It's like my wife, I have to turn my microphone on. Bill Heffernan, 271 Kelsey Avenue. Tonight I'm wearing my library president hat. Good to see everybody. I wanted to make a few comments about our budget. I think I've spoken to many of you over the years about how we go about determining how much money it takes to run a library. And it's very confusing because every city's different, every library's different. But we do it the same way as Chicago or Los Angeles or New York City, even though we're very much smaller. All libraries deal with the public, and the demographics and the infrastructure are all different. So what we do is, a good public library is usually determined by 1.5% to 2% of the city budget, whether it's New York City with 8 million people or West Haven, Connecticut with 55,000. So for our purposes, at 1.5% or so would be about $3 million for the budget. And you say, oh my God, $3 million. But if you think about it, $3 million out of 190 is not that much money. It really comes out to be $1 a week per resident. So even if you have a family of 6, it's $6 a week, which I think is probably one of the best deals you could have. We are not at $3 million. We are 2.2 at the moment. Our goal is to get up to 1.5%, which is about $3 million. Now we have had, the Village Improvement Association has run the library for 120 years. Okay, that's before West Haven was even a municipality, and we've had no issues. We've had no problems. The only issue that we had was the Rossi administration cut our budget to the bare bones. All right, they cut us down to $1.1 million. Now, we weren't at $3 million then either, but it's about 1/3 of what we actually need. So to put that in perspective, I know all of you just got done doing the city budget, right? It's about 189 million. So if you return that to the mayor and said, here you go, we decided to give you $65 million, what do you think would happen to the city of West Haven? It'd be a disaster, right? And that's basically what the Rossi administration did to the library, right? They almost put us out of business. We were a heartbeat away from padlocking the doors. And the only thing that saved us was our secret weapon, Colleen Bailey, our director. She was a magician, kept pulling rabbits out of her hat, kept our nose just above water long enough to weather the storm. And once Dorinda was elected and you guys came into power, we have now a mayor and a city council who are library friendly, which is fantastic for us. And we've worked very hard and we've made some progress. We got back up to $2.2 million. What I would like to address, I won't go into the language that you have in there now, but I think that, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? We should go back to the old language, which just basically said the city will fund a public library, but I think you should put another caveat on there, and you should say the city shall fund a public library at no less than 1.5% of the city budget. Because, and I feel strange even saying that up here. Like, who would dare cut the library budget? But if you go back, the progress that we've made so far and the hard work that's been done can all be outdone by a new administration. Dorinda's not going to be the mayor forever. You guys are not going to be the city council forever. People decide not to run. People lose elections. We don't know what the future holds. And what we need to do is protect the library and its budget. Now, there is an issue that we're not at 1.5% yet. But in a perfect world, I would say Dorinda's got one more year in her current term. Right? If the charter revision goes through and she gets reelected for 4 more years, that's 5 years. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that we can slowly, incrementally, over the next 5 years, go from 2.2 million to 3 million. And once we get there, that's it. We don't have to go any farther. You just have to be status quo, right? If your budget goes up $1 million, it's $15,000 to the library. Right? You can find that under your seat cushions, right? There'll be no more. Listen, you can certainly raise our budget to 10% if you wanted to. We wouldn't complain, but at 1.5% is kind of the sweet spot for where we are. And we're doing much better than we were. But our book budget is less than half of what it should be. Our people are making poverty wages. Yes, people still read books. I know there's some people out there who say, "Oh, nobody reads books anymore," but that's not true. But so. I would request that you consider putting that language in there, no matter what the other language is. But I really think we need to protect the library and protect the budget, because what's to stop another administration from coming in and just cutting our legs off from under us? Again, we have no recourse, So that's my my spiel. I have a letter here from the VIA board that we'd like to submit. So that's what I have. So I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. We have some other written correspondence, so why don't we hold off into that? We'll read them all at the same time. Would anyone else from the public like to address the City Council? Sir?
Good evening. My name is Russell Crafts, 725 Island Lane, West Haven, Connecticut. I'll keep this brief. I have in writing that what I can submit for the record. So good evening, and thank you to the Charter Revision Commission for all the considerable time and efforts invested into this process. After reviewing the proposed charter, I agree with what I believe many observers have concluded. The Commission appears to have learned from the failed 2020 efforts and deliberately avoided structural changes that would have fundamentally altered West Haven's form of government. Instead, it focused on fiscal oversight, administrative clarity, ethics, and transparency while preserving a strong mayoral model. While many of these goals are worthwhile, clarifying authority, accountability, strengthening ethics provisions, and modernizing outdated languages are all very reasonable objectives. However, as residents, we should evaluate the charter not only by its intentions, but by how it functions under real political conditions. The question before us is not whether today's office holders can be trusted. The question is whether the rules we adopt today will remain fair and effective regardless of who holds power tomorrow. This is why I believe we must examine several provisions through a lens of accountability, political competition, and the power of balance within municipal government. I'm not going to go through all of my points today, but I will go through the main point that I am here to critique, and that's the 4-year terms, and I believe that they reduce citizen control. A 2-year mayoral term forces accountability and continued accountability. If the voters become dissatisfied, they do not. If the voters become dissatisfied, they lose the ability to. They do not have to wait long. Elections remain infrequent. Political conditions can change quickly. A 4-year term changes that. A Republican concern, for example, is a city where one party already enjoys an overwhelming electoral advantages, the incumbents gain additional insulation, political mistakes take longer to correct, and dissatisfaction must build for a longer period before voters can act. The counter argument is continuity, but a Republican critic could ask, why is continuity more important than accountability? Many Connecticut municipalities operate successfully with shorter executive terms. The concern is not that Democrats will benefit. The concern is that office holders will benefit, who just happen to be majority Democrats currently. If West Haven became heavily Republican 10 years from now, Republican office holders would enjoy the same advantage. I'll submit the rest of my points for the record, but I would like to conclude that the proposed charter is presented as a good government reform package, and many of its provisions may genuinely improve administration. However, it is being adopted during a period which the political power in West Haven is highly concentrated into a single governing coalition. Several changes, particularly longer executive terms, expanded council leverages over contracts, and stronger protections for appointees may unintentionally reinforce existing power structures. The charter modernizes government, but it does little to strengthen political competition, minority viewpoints, or criticize leverage over entrenched institutions. My concern is not which party benefits. My concern is whether these provisions will be considered fair if the partisan balance of power was reversed. A charter should not be written for today's majority. It should be written for tomorrow's disagreements. That is my view, the standard of which any charter revision should ultimately be judged. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. And do you have something in writing that you want to submit?
Yes.
You can just hand it to our clerk. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else from the public like to address the city council? For a second time, would anyone else from the public like to address the city council? Mr. Brown?
Frederick Brown, 100 Smith Street. And Mr. Chairman, if you say something to me and I don't hear you and not being disrespectful, I'm still having my hearing problem. Have Councilman Donovan punch me in the arm or something, and then maybe I'll hear you. So I do apologize. On that handout I'm handing out, you're looking at Section 819, Section 819A, alternate commissioners. I would like to thank, first of all, the mayor and for appointing the commission she appointed. I thought Arthur Kelly and the commission did a wonderful job. I hope this time the charter does go through, but you did an excellent job appointing the commission. I also like to thank Mr. Cassini and Mr. Dorsey for the time they've given me in dealing with this issue. I believe the commission has addressed this issue, but I would just like to address the city council on it. We've had some confusion over the last couple of years over the role of alternate commissioner. One of my fellow commissioners on the fire department decided that alternate commissioners would not act unless there was less than 3 people, and they would not participate in the meeting unless they were appointed to the board. There's a need for alternate commissioners. You obviously, we're all human beings. We all have our personal lives. We have our health issues, which has been my problem at times. And sometimes a regular commissioner does need to miss a meeting. And if you're going to Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals, very often people will bring lawyers to represent them. And these commissions have to meet, because you don't want to ask somebody to pay a lawyer to come to their meeting and then say we can't hold a meeting because we don't have enough people. So you do need people to fill in when you have a regular commissioner missing. The problem is we've gone by tradition in the city. It has not been spelled out how alternate commissioners act. Under Section 819A, which I've handed you, it says that alternate commissioners may attend all meetings and all executive sessions. They may not, and they may attend all of the meetings and executive sessions. It does not say that they should be left out of executive session because they are not seated at that point.
Mr. Brown, what is this document from? What is this document from?
I copied this from the general statutes of the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
At the West Haven Library. So there is a need for an alternate commissioner. The problem is the city needs to better define how alternate commissioners act, and I believe that the Charter Revision Committee has done that. When do alternate commissioners get appointed? It says in the state statutes that alternate commissioners should be appointed when a regular is absent, not when there's less than quorum. When do they participate? And I think that issue needs to be addressed. Those issues need to be addressed, and I think they have been. I hope that we can better clarify this issue. And I would just like to say one thing. You know, sometimes alternate commissioners are very important. And there's an alternate commissioner that serves on a city board that's been serving since Mayor Guerra was mayor. Mayor Guerra was mayor back in the 1980s. I went to school with his daughter. That's experience that you don't want to lose on commission. For whatever reason, people serve as alternate commissioners. Maybe it's a lack of time, it's family, that they don't want to serve as regulars. But sometimes that's experience that you do not want to lose. So I think alternate commissioners are very important, and I think we ought to define how they can act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Would anyone else from the public like to address the City Council? For a second time, would anyone from the public like to address the City Council? For a third and final time, would anyone from the public like to address the City Council? Sir?
Good evening. Is this on? Leonard Adams, 3 Soundview Street, West Haven. I'm a member of the board of the Village Improvement Association, and I am here to address an issue that I found in reading the language in proposed changes to the VIA and as it refers to the changes in the charter. It appears, to my reading of the changes, that there is a want and a desire to exert more operational control over the VIA through the city charter. I wish to bring to the attention of those who are proposing these changes that a municipality cannot generally require an independent nonprofit corporation, which the VIA is, to become or operate as a city department, simply because it provides funding for the nonprofit. Nonprofits and municipal governments are separate legal entities and a city cannot override a private corporation's charter or corporate structure, which the changes appear to be looking to want to do. Nonprofits are governed by an independent board of directors and bound by their own corporate charters, bylaws, state laws. They receive funding through grants and by a service contract or an appropriation. This does not give a municipality ownership or the legal authority to absolve or absorb the nonprofit corporation. This could only be done through a dissolution of the nonprofit corporation. The dissolution process by nonprofits can only be done by the authority and option of the board to vote such a change, to absolve itself, or a court order requiring a transfer of all that nonprofit's assets to the city itself. The changes that appear to be wanted to be affected by the changes to the charter would necessitate service contracts or bylaw amendments, creation of a quasi-government agency to function separately from the city or through other means. If a municipality wants a nonprofit activities to align deeply with the city's operations and can use these other means to legally comply. As I have read in the changes, the operation of the public library is solely under the venue of the nonprofit corporation. The nonprofit corporation is not and cannot be a department of the city or treated as such. As I read in the charter changes, the wording there is subject to interpretation. I'm not an attorney. I cannot interpret exactly what those words mean. But as it stands now, it would not appear to be something that could be supported as an appropriate change to the city charter. The VIA has had a long and fruitful working relationship with the city exactly the way the situation is within the charter as it stands. And the changes that are proposed at this time would not do anything to benefit either the city or the VIA or facilitate the operation and funding of the public libraries in West Haven. We hope that the situation would be reconsidered and that the proposed changes would not be moved forward from this point. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else from the public like to address the City Council? For a second time, would anyone from the public like to address the City Council? For a third and final time, would anyone from the public like to address the City Council? At this time, I'm going to ask the clerk to read our written communications into the record.
This is from the Village Improvement Association Board. Dear Honorable City Councilors, I'm writing to you on behalf of the Village Improvement Association of West Haven, Inc., the VIA. I would first like to acknowledge the long and productive relationship that the City of West Haven and the VIA have had, and that we hope to continue. For 120 years, the VIA has operated the library system and remained a steadfast steward of public information and resources for our community. Importantly, the VIA has always provided these critical community services as a separate entity. In fact, the VIA's 1906 incorporation predates West Haven's incorporation as a town in 1921 and as a city in 1961. As a separate nonprofit entity, the VIA has maintained independent authority over its internal operations, jurisdiction over its employees, including collectively bargained employees, and oversight over purchasing decisions. The VIA values its ability to be cost-effective and utilizes resources such as the Connecticut Library Consortium to do so. The VIA has reviewed the proposed changes to the city charter's version 8 public hearing version as they relate to the relationship between the VIA and the city. The VIA respectfully notes that many of the proposed changes could have unintended consequences and liabilities for the city. These unintended consequences include the effective reclassification of the VIA staff as municipal employees. At present, the VIA staff are not municipal employees. They do not, as a result of their employment with the VIA, receive municipal benefits. However, the changes proposed could entitle the employees to city benefits. The majority of VIA employees are members of a union that collectively bargain directly with the VIA. Interference with this agreement could transfer those collective bargaining obligations from the VIA to the city. Additionally, we believe that the proposed changes to the charter could result in the city assuming responsibility for day-to-day operations of the library system. In fact, this level of control could negatively affect library operations and potentially narrow the breadth of services available which the city and its citizens have come to enjoy. We do not believe this was the goal, but it could be the effect. We have spoken with attorney Stephen G. Mennick regarding our concerns. Based on our initial conversations, we believe there is room for further exploration and ultimate resolution on these and other issues. As a result, the VIA supports a recommendation to return the provisions relating to the VIA back to the Charter Revision Commission for additional review. A meeting between representatives of the VIA and the city has been scheduled for Monday, June 22nd, 2026, subject to the outcome of tonight's hearing. We look forward to working collaboratively. Thank you. And then we have another letter from Patricia Bolletari at 215 West Walk. The term position of profit should be defined in the charter. Would employment with the city be considered a position of profit? What about someone who runs a company which contracts with the city or owns a company beneficially through some immediate family member or whose immediate family is employed by the city? More clarity is required so that the term is not open for interpretation. And then we have our last letter is from Lenora Rodriguez, who is Vice Chair of the Senior Citizens Commission. A recommendation for the name change of the Senior Citizen Commission to the Commission on Aging for the standardization and alignment of language used regionally and nationally, and to shift to age-positive, inclusive language which emphasizes contributions of older adults and directionality of the services and support provided to community members as they age. And that's all we have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would anyone from the public like to address the City Council? For a second time, would anyone from the public like to address the City Council? Third and final time, would anyone from the public like to address the City Council? Seeing none, the time is 6:58. The public hearing is closed. We are going to convene a special meeting in a few minutes. We're going to adjourn this meeting, take a brief recess, and then we will convene in about 5 minutes. May I have a motion to adjourn? Motion. Second? All in favor? Meeting's adjourned. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please. All right. You can start rolling up your sleeves. Anybody got slippers? It's been a long 2 months. Okay, calling this special meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Melly Garthwaite at large, present.
Councilman Peter Rivera,
Peter Rivera at large, present.
Councilman Sean Ronan,
Here.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan is absent, Councilwoman Nancy Tagliatella,
Councilwoman Nancy Tagliatella, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali is absent, Councilman Gary Donovan,
Councilman Gary Donovan, 4th District, present.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Edward McMillan, 5th District, present.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan is absent, Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker, 7th District, present.
Councilman David Beaton,
Councilman David Beaton, 9th District, present.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani,
Ron Quagliani, 10th District, present.
and Chairman Christopher Vargo.
Chairman Christopher Vargo, 8th District, present.
We have the same people here.
We have the same people. Nothing changed. Well, you know what? Good thing we didn't lose anyone. That would.
We didn't, thank goodness.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the notice of the special meeting into the record?
Notice of special meeting, charter revision, June 17th, 2026, 6:45 p.m., City Council Chambers, 3rd floor, City Hall. Notice is hereby given that in accordance with Rule 4.5 of the Rules of Procedure of the City Council, Chairman Christopher Vargo Jr. has called a special meeting of the West Haven City Council to be held at 6:45 p.m. on Monday, June 15th.
Wednesday, June 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
I'm only reading. On Wednesday, June 17th, 2026, in the City Council Chambers, 3rd floor, 355 Main Street, West Haven, Connecticut. The purpose of this special meeting is as follows. Deliberations and actions on the Charter Revision Commission's proposed revised charter.
Thank you. Okay, so our goal for tonight, we have this evening and we have tomorrow. And by the end of the meeting tomorrow, we have to finalize a final vote to send our recommendations over to the Charter Revision Commission. What I want to do tonight is we have a couple of lingering items in our first review that the attorneys need to address with us. And then we are going to go through the recommended changes. There's a red line that I'm going to be passing out. We're going to be comparing that to our meeting minutes to make sure that everything that we have voted on actually made its way into the revised charter and the way that we intended it. And we're going to go just through that one by one. And then, depending on where we're at, we'll continue on until tomorrow. The last thing that we need to do tonight before we leave is we need to set a schedule for the meetings with the CRC. It's been recommended that we add one additional meeting with the CRC. That way we have 2 full meetings with them for the joint meetings. And then we need to set our meetings to review their final recommendations, vote on that, and craft our questions. And I want to schedule at least 2 or 3 of those. It's better to have more than too few. We could always cancel. It's harder to add. And I want to set that schedule this evening. Before we get started, the chair will recognize Councilwoman Garthwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all will remember, I missed an hour and 10 minutes back on June 10th. And I just wanted to review a vote that happened at about timestamp 3 hours in. It was the vote to change the treasurer from elected to appointed. I'm not trying to open up the vote again. I'm just going to express my opinion that I believe 100% that the treasurer should stay as an elected position. We should not be taking it away from our residents, and that's what I'm going to put on public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do have, Council, I do have some pages flagged of some items that we still need to address. I'll leave it up to you, Attorney Mendez. Do you want to go just in the order that I have them, or do you want to start off with your discussions with the village improvement districts? And that's
We have to get up.
now or before we have the discussion about that.
We need to be on the podium, though.
Okay. Just for the record, because they weren't on the mic, the choice is up to us of whether or not we want to. In the order that we want to do it. So I think that the other items are going to be probably relatively shorter. So why don't we wrap that in? First thing I'd like to go to is chapter 4, the city council, and section 5, procedure for passages of ordinances. Attorney Mendick, I believe you were not here during the meeting that we had the discussion on the practice in West Haven, because of the way that the charter is currently written is that the chair of the Legislative Matters Committee literally reads verbatim all ordinances or a summary into the record twice during the meetings. It has been suggested to us by Attorney Cassini that there's possibly a different way that we can accomplish that. But my pushback is because there's a provision that says that if an ordinance is more than 2.5 pages, double spaced, then a summary can be read into the record. That sort of implies to me that our charter mandates that it be read verbatim. I am all for trying to shorten that process, as is Councilman Quagliani, I'm sure. So I would very much appreciate some help in how we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a very good point. And I think some of you know that I served for 10 years on the New Haven Board of Alders, and we had first reading and second reading requirements as well, but we never read anything into the record. In fact, under parliamentary procedure, reading into the record has to be unanimously approved. If somebody can object under parliamentary procedure to have something read into the record. So what I
would have objected.
Yeah. So what I tried to do, I mean, that's just the way it is. That's Robert's rules. We can talk about that some other time, whether Robert's rules or other rules might be better. I did put a footnote in the section, and I'll get to the second section in a moment, in footnote 100 on page 22, which describes that a reading does not signify the requirement to literally read the content of a proposed ordinance. It is tantamount to the first appearance on the agenda of the council. Adoption of an ordinance requires the appearance of the item at first reading at one regular meeting and a second reading or appearance for action at a subsequent meeting. And then I point out under various forms of parliamentary procedure, there's a word missing, a member may ask for a literal reading of the ordinance. However, the request is subject to objection by another member that would terminate the reading. So that language, and I think that footnote helps clarify that the reading doesn't mean you have to read it. And my note on page 23 on subsection C on the length, I don't know why that's even in your charter, why the issue of length of a document is in the charter.
I think it's because it's been the practice of West Haven to literally read them. So this allows a shorter way to do that.
I would say that we should modify, maybe the instruction to the Charter Commission would be to modify the section on the reading of ordinances and the size of ordinances to be addressed by the issue of the protocols pertaining to the submission of ordinances should be addressed by rule. Something like that. That's what I would recommend, to get the numbers out, the page. We don't even have those rules at the state Supreme Court any longer, I don't think. They used to have very strict rules about what the documents were supposed to look like. So I would definitely make a recommendation in that section where I say that we should address it, but I think we should ask the commission to come back with language on that.
Can we just recommend that the commission strikes subpart C?
You could. But don't you want to have some instruction that there should be a protocol and the protocol should be addressed in the rules of the body?
So we can... How about if we just change subsection C, strike the current language, and just say that the procedure for reading of ordinances shall be governed by the established rules of the city council?
I'd say I wouldn't even use the reading. I'd say the enacting ordinances. And,
okay.
Yeah. Subject to rules. Okay, good.
Okay.
That's what I would recommend, what you just said.
I'm prepared to make a motion, but floor is open. Anybody want to have a discussion? Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we recommend to the CRC amending Chapter 4, Section 5, Subpart C, renaming that to enactment of ordinances. Let me know when you're ready. Striking the current language in its entirety. Good. And adding language that says the enactment of ordinances shall be governed by the rules established by the City Council.
I'll second that.
Pretty sure Councilman Quagliani has a very hearty second with that too.
Do you want to say the rules of procedure of the city council?
Sure, that's fine. Thank you. The rules of procedure. That is my motion. I have a second from Councilman Garthwaite. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Cheer. Cheer. Yeah, let's fist bump. All right, next item. I had a flag on page 40. I'll just go by footnote. I had a flag on footnote somewhere around the 198 mark. It's the tax collector. I have that as 216, Mr. Chair. 216. What version of the document are you looking at? Because that's going to matter.
Good evening, thank you. Tax Collector, Division of Tax Collection. I have it as footnote 216 on page 47.
All right, you're looking at the updated version, aren't you?
I am.
Okay. All right, so it's page 45 on the old. We're going to go to the new one after we get through this.
Okay.
So it's page 45. What business did we still have to address with the tax collector? It was the question of what's the final intent, correct, of merging tax collector with the tax manager?
Yes, a lot of discussion last night, you'll recall, Mr. Chair, regarding the combination or collapsing of the two positions into the one, the transition from one as elected to appointed was also a point of question that came from constituents and from this body. And then it was floated by, I believe, you remember Tucker, that there could be a plain language narrative in a footnote that explained to people a number of things, including the ceremonial nature of the position as it exists today, as elected, that the executive functions of the position as traditionally held are now being done by an employee, known now as the manager, and that those functions would still be done by the same person, but that the collector title would be given to that individual acting now as manager. And because the job as manager was being simply renamed, that position would be appointed rather than elected. Essentially, the ceremonial position has been, in this proposal, dissolved, and the existing functions of collector, being done now by manager, are simply renamed as collector.
Any discussion? Councilman McMillan?
Is that a union position?
The manager? Yes, we've established that is a union position, I believe.
So we're going to issue more tasks, or with that renaming, would they then be required to possibly have an increase in their salary?
The salary for that position was set recently by this body at budgetary hearings. Increases had nothing to do, in my mind at least, with the retitling of the position.
But I'm sorry.
The responsibility is now held by the collector, although ceremonial in nature, do carry some responsibility as signatory or secondary signatory to checks. And that was a point of discussion also last night. But to your point regarding the union position, one question that was brought up, and this may require Attorney Mednick to weigh in, was earlier in this document as proposed, it suggests that the mayor has the authority to appoint, remove, discipline, all those people that would be as department heads. So it might behoove us to make sure that it's clear that this is not a department head position, because that position still is unionized and has to be governed by the CBA. Attorney Mednick.
That was an excellent question, Mr. Majority Leader. Let me just move you down a little bit to the section below that, subsection 1, which says collection of taxes. What we have there is language that says an employee of the Department of Finance shall be responsible for the receipt and collection. So it's going to be an employee. And what I might recommend to clarify that, again, I have this obsession with annotations and footnotes, is that we state that at the time of the adoption of the charter, this work is currently being done by a position called tax manager. That's the job? Because that may not be a title 10 years from now. So we don't want to lock that title into the charter, but we want to at least make a reference that that is the intent. And the only question a union would have is, are we adding anything? Is there impact effects negotiations that have to occur? It seems to me if they're already doing most of these functions, the function of the Corp Counsel talked about signing a document, may have some discussion point, but or the mayor can just ask somebody else to do it, because the mayor can assign somebody to assume that tax collection function. But this is the actual collection of taxes is done by a line employee, not by a department head. So that's already been addressed in the draft.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All set? Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, so from our standpoint, there's no more work that has to be done on this section until we get to our review. Is that correct? We don't need to move anything forward? Okay. Last flagged item I have, directed to chapter 10, the budget. Attorney Mednick, Attorney Cassini reserved this for you because maybe you would have some more information. I was unclear, and still am, the difference between section 1, subpart B and C, other than C includes a few identified departments. Other than that, I cannot figure out what the actual difference is, and I was wondering if it's possible to collapse them into one section.
I thought I had done that in the last version of the document. The version I'm looking at that Attorney Cassini just handed out to me has integrated.
Oh, we are doing that. Okay.
B
That's
and
fine.
C is integrated.
That's
already.
fine. Thank you.
Thanks.
And why don't you stay up there, because now,
Sir.
Does the City Council have any other general questions before we get into the VIA? Councilman Donovan.
Yeah, I just, on the approved recommendations we did already, there's some wording that I would like to talk about on the second, I don't know, nobody's got this now.
Well, before you do that, that's going to be the point of our next part of this process
All right,
this
I'll wait.
evening. Yeah. Okay, the floor is yours, Attorney Mednick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you want me to talk about my conversations? Okay.
Yes.
So yesterday I got a call from Attorney Stephanie Cummings from Carmody and Torrance. I know Attorney Cummings quite well because she chaired the Waterbury Charter Commission 3 years ago, and she's a former state rep and alder in Waterbury, a really outstanding lawyer. And she said, I want to talk to you about your charter in West Haven. And I left a message for her. Oh, you want to talk about the library? And she kept, how did you know that? I said, well, I knew Carmody was doing the work. And so we had a chat. And I also talked to Vincent Carasello, I think is is the partner in the firm who handles the negotiations for the VIA. And so they had raised a number of questions that were raised by the chair tonight, the chair of the VIA, and the other gentleman, and a private conversation I had with the director. Some of those issues about what we're trying to do, unintended consequences, all those arguments. And so what I said to her in the conversation, I hope I wasn't being presumptuous when I did so, was to say, look, no one is trying to impose their will on the VIA. Everybody recognizes the historic significance and importance of the VIA. I think what we're looking at is a little accountability. And I said, so we need more education. The Corp Council and I have had many discussions, and I know he's been trying to find the origin documents, so to speak, for the VIA. And so I asked them, and we're meeting on Monday at 3 o'clock. The four lawyers are going to hopefully not muck things up when you get four lawyers into a room, but hopefully we will clarify things. And what I've asked them to do was to answer several important questions. One, we know that this was a Carnegie library. We know that it predates, it comes from the 19th century, or the early 20th century, 1906, early 20th century, 20 years or so before West Haven was even a town, and 60 years or so before it was a city. It was probably part of New Haven or Orange, depending. We'd have to look at the maps and the time and all that kind of stuff. So we know it's a pre-existing entity, and it's had a free reign for a long, long period of time. I think they're concerned about a number of things, calling it a department. And I said, look, the intent here is to make sure that the council gets a budget, knows what the budget is. The response to that was, well, it's kind of a block, what was the term she used? A block fund. A block fund. I said, what the heck's a block fund? You mean like a block grant? Well, we don't call it a grant. I said, okay, but it's a block fund, meaning you got a carte blanche, do whatever you want with the money. And I said, I think the council wants to know what you're doing with the money when you asked for the $2 million, or if you accept the chair's concept of a percentage to be attached to it. They're going to want to know how that money is going to be spent. Does that mean you're going to spend it exactly that way? I don't know. I don't know if they want to treat you like any other department with regard to transfers or things like that. But I don't think so. I think the objective is to really find out what you're doing with the money, and the money's being used for public purposes in a proper way. That's number one. Then I said, but we have a number of questions. You say that the employees are not municipal employees. Tell me about that. How do you conduct the collective bargaining sessions? When I mentioned this to the Corporation Council the other night, he was just as confused as I. In fact, my eyes were crossed so far they saw the dark side of my brain when I was trying to figure out how this worked. But he said, well, we do it under MIRA, kind of. Now, MIRA is the Municipal Employee Relations Act. You asked the question about the impact on bargaining. Everything you do with your employees is under MIRA. Grievances, arbitrations, collective bargaining, etc. But under MIRA, it's the mayor who is the agent of the municipality. The mayor appoints somebody, maybe the Corporation Council, maybe an outside lawyer, maybe the labor relations director, to do the negotiation. But it's the mayor who is responsible for that budget, for that document. You, as the council, approve it. You have a very short period of time. That's another gripe I've got with law. It's only 30 days, roughly, or up to 45 days technically, but you never really get there. But that's the process for a MIRA contract. And I said, do you talk to the mayor? Do you submit to the council? No. So how's it a MIRA contract? So I've asked them on Monday, clarify that. Because if they're not municipal employees, it shouldn't be a MIRA contract. So I'm not disputing or raising any questions about whether they should have hegemony or autonomy with respect to their employees. I don't think that was an issue that we saw at the commission. I'm not sure it's an issue here. I'll leave that up to you to decide. But we want clarity. I said, we need to know what the animal is. If we have to feed the animal, we want to know what we're feeding. So that's number one. Number two, it was intimated that they have their own health benefits. that are not city health benefits. Fine. Then I said, well, what do you do for pension? They said, well, we go through this organization and provide the money to this organization for the pension. I said, well, where does that money go? I believe, and I don't want to say this definitively, that it goes to the city pension. So these non-municipal employees, the city's not contributing, but it's coming from, presumably, actually the city is contributing. The money's coming from the city to the VIA and then goes into some pension for these employees. So I said, we need clarity on that. When we have clarity on those things, then we could really sit down and try to model the language to make it work. And so from my perspective, do they have to be, unless you really want them to be treated as a department fully, meaning transfers have to go through the transfer process and all that kind of stuff, we could probably work out protocols for how they're dealt with and respect the historic relationship, but we also need some more answers. The other thing I found out is I kept asking the Corporation Counsel for this many, many times, and he probably got sick of me asking, what's the operational document? Was there an MOU? Now, this organization and relationship is so ancient, it predates any government, so there's probably no place where that record would exist, maybe somewhere. I once found, actually in a Parks Department in New Haven, we went and found an old file cabinet. We found a deed that helped clarify a charter provision that went back 150 years. But we found it in a dormant file cabinet that no one knew existed. But I said, let's go into the attic. And we found it, and we found the deed, and it worked out pretty well. And maybe somebody could do that here, but it's probably not worth the time. So that's kind of where we are. So we're going to try to get more information from them on Monday. My recommendation, because you'll be done tomorrow, is that you ask the commission to take a look at this, listen to the report from the lawyers on this, and our intent would be, whatever your intent is your intent to have them treated fully as a department or to have more accountability between the VIA and the city. If it's a department, that does raise a lot of issues, but some of the things they do raise a lot of issues. I don't know how they could be operating under MIRA. I honestly don't. I used to do a lot more labor law than I do today, but I have enough of an understanding of MIRA to know the mayor needs to be involved and the council needs to be involved if it's MIRA. Board of Ed's slightly different, although Board of Ed pension comes to the council too. That has to go to the council. And so there's a structure, and I don't understand it. I hope that Kevin and I will get a better sense of it on Monday. So I just wanted to report to you on that, just the broad parameters of that discussion.
To try to inform our decision on what to do, if we include the library, not the VIA, but the library, the operation of the library as a department. So I'm trying to just make sure I have it in my head what that means. That means that they have to submit a budget within the timeline of all other municipal departments. That means that they have to submit all contracts that any other department would require city council approval. They would have to do the same thing. Can we, since the contracting party is the VIA, I would imagine, and not the library, because the library isn't an entity, I guess. Can we even do that? Because now I think to Mr. Heffernan's and the other gentleman's point, we may be exerting city council authority over a private entity.
Well, I will tell you something. There are many private entities that provide grants. My daughter has a not-for-profit. She runs a not-for-profit. And there are conditions that come from granting agencies that provide funds to organizations. Their autonomy be damned. You want our money, you need to comply with these requirements. So the real question is, so I didn't quite agree with the gentleman who raised that issue. I understand their perspective and their point of view on it, but I don't agree with them. If they're accepting the money and you put a condition on the money, then they have to do what they have to do. So what I think you need to think about is how much control do you want to exert? And if the issue is to have a sense of how they're going to spend their money, then they have to comply with budget submission. They need to get their budget to the mayor. The mayor needs to put it into the budget. It needs to be part of the budget package. If you want to know what they're doing, have them do quarterly reports so you can get to see how the money is being spent. The other issues as to whether you want to control what they do with procurement. It sounds like they have a pretty good approach to procurement, working with the library cooperative organizations. I think as long as the standard is that they're engaging in competitive procurements, you maybe make that a standard without having them run through the procurement office if they've been doing it for years and years and years. If they're doing personnel, don't necessarily make them run through your civil service or personnel office, but adopt a standard that they need to comply with competitive hiring practices and fair hiring practices, whatever the standards are that the municipality has. If you want it tighter and make them a true department, then that's easy. Then they just have to comply with everything in the charter. But if your major objective, and that's what, as I understood it when we were going through the Charter Revision Commission portion of this debate, was really to have a sense that what the budget was and how the budget was operating. And they don't have the same statutory protections of the Board of Ed, but to the gentleman's point, they are a not-for-profit, but most of the money they get is from the city. Now they own the building, and that's fine, and that they take on that responsibility. That's not a burden. It's not part of your capital debt. And so they control the building. They presumably maintain the building. I don't know how they do that, whether there's a line in their budget for that. I don't know how they do that, but you would find that out when they submit their budget. So that's what you need to decide. And I think that if you give an instruction to the commission to come up with language that defines it and try to reach a compromise position or an objective provision where you get the accountability that you're looking for, that can be done. But we'll have to have very careful negotiations and discussions with you when it goes to the commission to make sure we come back with the right language.
So it sounds like what we need to do is, if we're inclined to change what's in here now, what we need to do is to craft some sort of a recommendation to the CRC that they will make a revision that gets the charter to where the city council wants it to be, but we can't exactly tell them where that is because it's going to be somewhat subject to your discussions on Monday.
Yeah,
so
and maintain I would say that to move in a direction to achieve a balance between what exists and an accountability standard that we'd like to have, based on the conversations counsel, the two lawyers, are having with the attorneys for the VIA, subject to substantial review during the CRC's revision process. Something to that effect. That's what I think the instruction should be. So it's broad enough to cover that.
Did you write that down?
Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Maybe Kevin got it.
Yeah. Councilman Quagliani, am I correct that the way that the library is funded is that they receive a check on a monthly basis from the city?
Yes, that was the practice when I was the treasurer. They would get a monthly check. So that whatever the total appropriation divided by 12.
So it's just 1/12 of whatever the annual appropriation is. Okay. Yes. And then it's just a lump sum check, and it goes into their accounts, and then they spend it as their budget dictates.
Okay. Correct.
Okay. Floor is open. Councilman Quagliani?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, I think they should function like a department. We don't have any economies of scale right now. So the city is paying funds for IT, for lawyer services, for procurement, for benefits, for insurance, all out to the VIA when they could probably get better economies of scale if we all combined together. So I think that's some of the issue that I have. I think they run a good operation. I'm not looking to get into the nitty gritty, but when it comes to procurement and budgeting and IT and services that the city already provides, the library should be able to avail themselves to those services. So we get some economy of scale. We get a cheaper price as opposed to them and their 10 or 15 employees going out for health care or insurance or collective bargaining or whatever it may be. So in my mind, they should function like a city department. Thank you.
So you would then take on the burden of these 12 employees as municipal employees.
Well,
under
I'm
your
not sure we're
scenario.
not we have a hybrid model now. I'm not sure
We're not
we
quite
have-
sure what it is.
we
You're
have-
right.
Right. We don't know if we already took on that burden. So again, if one of those employees falls down the stairs at the library, I don't know. Does it come back to the city? If a regular person trips on the sidewalk, does it come back
Their
to the
property,
city?
and I'll leave it to the council.
It's a fair question, and I think it's one that you asked before. As it stands now, they own the property, they own the liability. They've told me they have their own insurance policy, although I haven't seen it. I don't know what coverage they have. But I think we also brought this up. Now, this may have been part of the budget process and not this process, but I think the dialogue is good to have on the record here as well. Your point about scaling into better value for services, I think, is very well placed. What I don't know, but I suspect, is that their insurance policy doesn't make benefit of the great protections and shields that are in state law for municipalities when it comes to liabilities like you just brought up. And if they did carry their own insurance policy, but they enjoyed the benefit of levels of immunity that the municipality enjoys, then they would probably at the very least get a better rate and a better policy. Not to mention many, many other protections against civil suits that involve slip and fall or personal injury occurrences on that property. Now, it may be that the insurance company won't allow them to do that because they own the property and the city does not. I'm not sure. But the hybrid model, at the very least, is, I think, costing the city something, and we're not even sure exactly what, but maybe without extending the benefits of them being whatever part of the city that they are now.
1 second.
Sure.
We will report to everybody. We'll report to you, Mr. Chair, and the liaison after the meeting on Monday, and we should probably adopt some language that gives some kind of broad authority to the commission to take a look at this issue.
Thank you. All set, Councilman Quigley. Any other discussion? Floor is open. Councilman Tucker?
I just have a question about if we have to wrap up our recommendations before this goes back to the group, the council revision committee. And if we want to make a change or propose a change, do we have to suggest that is a placeholder for whatever the recommendation is that's coming out? Or do we need to do something now to make that placeholder?
Yes, procedurally, the placeholder keeps open the dialogue. I'll remind you, it's a good point. Today and tomorrow are essentially your last chances to revise language that gets sent back over to the CRC. But you will have a joint session working together. The process is not complete. This remains an open draft process until the Charter Review Commission finalizes their report. And then when that document is released again, transmitted to you, it won't say draft report on it. It will say final report. And at that point, what you just said is the case. You will accept or reject the recommendations that come from them. You don't have to do it. I'll say this for the record. Someone asked me a couple of times to be certain Does this body have to accept or deny the entirety of the recommendations as one report? Yes or no? You do not. As it comes over, you will see, as it was before delineated, the individual recommendations in the report. The final report can be gone through. It should be, and itemized. And you may say yes or no to each of them, but that's all you may say, yes or no. So this is the last chance. So to hold that open and allow them to have further discussion based on information that unfortunately we'll get after your window closes, I think would behoove both bodies at this point.
So just to clarify that last point, Terry Cassini, after we have our conferral meetings with the CRC and then they go back and have their own deliberations and they vote on their final changes to their recommendations to us, we will have essentially a list of the changes from the original draft. And then what this body is able to do is say yes or no on the individual changes. We do not have to say yes or no on the entire package in its totality.
That's exactly right.
That's wonderful news.
Kind of.
All right.
Just a slight amendment to that. You will have the list of all the changes from the beginning of the process through the end of the process, those that you have accepted, that are there right now that you're not debating, and those which you're asking them to look at now. So you'll be looking at everything, and you'll be able to go up or down individually. I hope and pray you're not going to do that, that you'll pick out those things that you really care about, but you have that ability to vote up or down on the whole document or parts of the document. So that's the way it works, but it's everything that they've done since they started their job as a commission.
Okay.
Can I propose some language how to deal with this?
Yes, I just want to make sure that the council has had an opportunity to
absolutely
address any concerns. Anybody else before I start? For me personally, I'll just speak about myself personally. What I'm looking for is accountability on the finances. We are appropriating a significant sum of money every single year, and unfortunately, their budget is a single line item of whatever it is. We do receive some backup information, but we don't receive any reporting throughout the rest of the year, so we don't know exactly how those monies are being spent. Just because this is what they're budgeting for does not necessarily mean that that's where it's going. Maybe they need money elsewhere, maybe, whatever the case might be. And I'm a big proponent of, if the city is committing, if the taxpayers are committing money to something, then the taxpayers have an absolute right to know where that money is going. So that's really where I want to say that's where my line is, but that's where my feelings are, is that it's on the accountability of us knowing where the money is. Whether or not the city council approves any sort of contracts with them, I don't have any great need for this body to do that, because they've been operating for 100 and some odd years. Reasonably successful, because they've been around for so long. So I don't think that, in my mind, that's necessary. My head is really just around the financial component. I don't think that we need to have authority to tell them where to spend the money. You can't use this on books. You have to use this elsewhere. But we should know where the money is going, so that way when it comes to budget time, if we do not feel the money is being spent appropriately, then we have some options. If we do feel the money spending appropriately and that they need more, then we're better informed for that. So that's where I am. Any further discussion? Oopsies. Councilman Donovan.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we're given a department or a group money. I would like to know where that money's going. And again, doesn't mean it has to go to a specific thing. No, but where did it go? So yeah, I would like to know, because like I said, we talked about the budget, and the library's got one line, and everybody's going off of the sub paperwork, but that's not in the budget. So it's like when we're discussing the budget, all there is one line. So the library section to me should probably last 5 seconds at that point. Yes, you agree with the line, or no, you don't. But yeah, I'd like to know where that money is going as well. But anything else, I personally don't care about that stuff as much as where the money's going. We'll get to the Board of Ed part later on, but yeah.
Councilman McMillan.
Good evening, and that was going to be my argument as it relates to the BOE. I understand we can't tell them what to do with their monies once they are allocated. I'd like to know what they're doing with all the millions of dollars that we are giving them every year. We don't get, they may give us this great line item. We're going to do this, we're doing this, we have these projects going on. And then we find out that a lot of the projects aren't being completed, they're not even being done. And we've now given them millions of dollars. Is that money coming back to the city? What are we doing with that money? And I yield it back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Garthwaite.
I'm going to say I agree with both Councilman Vargo and Councilman Donovan. State Rep, well, he was technically wearing his VIA
Got too many
hat.
hats.
Yeah. Mr. Heffernan insinuated that he would like to pursue more money in the future. I wouldn't be amenable to giving more money unless they gave us a better budget. And I think the library knows I'm a very big proponent of theirs. I share all their information constantly, and I use them regularly. But without some sort of accountability and showing us with line items how that money's being spent, I wouldn't consider adding more money to the library's budget. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Further discussion? I think what we have to keep in mind is that the library does provide us that information during the budget process. It's throughout the rest of the year that we do not have it. There's also nothing to say that right now the charter does not require them to give us that information during the budget season. However, I can probably envision where if any city council gets absolutely nothing and just a request of, $2 million without any backup, that the city council is probably not going to be inclined to do that. But who knows? So again, I think in my mind, and from what I'm hearing, it's really the financial, I don't want to use the word accountability, but the financial transparency, I think is a better word, is what I'm looking for, and I think that's what I'm hearing so far. Councilman Tucker?
I would agree with the transparency. I'm all for that. And I do believe that, if the city is giving money, we should know where it's going. If there are transactions that are happening, they shouldn't be hidden. Not that they're doing that, but they shouldn't be hidden from the city or from the public. But I wonder where the line is with the VIA and the funds that are given from the VIA versus the funds that are given from the city. So obviously the money that we're giving, we should be able to have an accounting of. But how much of what they're using is differentiated between what we're giving and what they're giving?
You mean the grants and whatnot?
Yeah, I don't know what they're operating off of, I guess, and where they're commingling, resources together. And maybe that's part of the question. Mm-hmm. So I know we don't have any jurisdiction over any money that's coming from the VIA. That's fine. But the part that we do, I think, should be shared. And I'm all for the library. I mean, I'm a West Haven Public Library fan, Bookmobile, Lee and May, back in the day, Curious George books.
I really hope that none of these discussions are being taken by anybody to suggest that anybody's against the library. And I feel bad that we have to say that, but I hope that that's not the point is being accountable to the taxpayer. And when tax dollars are being used, it's up to us as the purse string holders to make sure that they know what's going on. So I really hope that no one's taking it that way. But are you all set?
Yeah.
Attorney Cassini, do you have anything to add?
Just a point of fact. I suppose we'll find out if this is the actual position on Monday, but my belief is that they believe that all of the money comes from the VIA because the VIA is getting a grant, essentially, and then giving it to the library. How much money is not city budgeted money but comes from outside sources, I'm not sure. I think we've heard somewhere between 2 and 5% at most. But I don't think that anybody was suggesting that this is against the library. In fact, what I think I heard, I'll call him President Heffernan because that was the hat he was wearing. I think what he was saying was that if they're looking for more money, they want that kind of worked into this process. And what I've heard you all say for months now is that That's not the issue. The issue is making sure that there can be not control over, but insight into how those expenditures are made, including some great options that I think Councilman Quagliani came up with that they might find even beneficial to their bottom line. They may end up doing better financially after all this. But what I don't know is that they have a significant amount to commingle. I'm not sure if there's really any money flowing elsewhere. I guess we'll find out on Monday.
All set? Any other discussion? Terry Mednick, do you have some proposed language for us?
I kept it relatively loose, so something to this effect, that the CRC should review, I can't read my writing, review the language, proposed language of the charter to achieve a balance in the relationship with the VIA, to ensure financial accountability on the use of public funds, and to mandate, we may change that word, efficient operation of the public library by the VIA, including management practices that require the use of competitive standards in procurement, personnel, and include reporting requirements, periodic reporting requirements on the operations, the budgetary operations of the library entity. And I was going to try to add some language about that it should also explore funding commitments to the library, or acknowledge the long-term funding commitments to the library. So that's kind of it. So it's broad enough for us to have a discussion, but it may not be enough to satisfy the liaison to the CRC. But it was designed to really get all the principles in there. I don't know if the clerk got everything I wrote that I said. You got the sense of it. Okay. Does that make sense, Mr. Chair? Does that give the direction you'd like to go?
Yes, I
Thank you.
think I understand the direction. What I'd love to do is to somehow more strongly encourage a collaborative effort between the library and the city. If you recall, from those of us that were on the last term, the FY26 budget, we asked the mayor's office to work on picking up their trash and doing the snow plowing and whatnot to save them some money, to save some taxpayer money. I'm not sure how we can mandate that because they're not a municipal entity, so I don't know how we could do that.
Yeah. The sidebar the Corporation Counsel and I were having a few moments ago is precisely this issue, because he and I are not management consultants. Can barely manage my own little one-man practice. But we're not management consultants. You're not management consultants. They're not management consultants. And so one of the things I was going to suggest is that we think about, and I think you can, since you're handing them $2 million a year, a substantial sum of money, I think you can mandate a study between the city and the library to look at the management and operations of the library, to provide a report within 2 years or 3 years or 1 year, whatever you want to do it. I've done this in charters before, and that upon receipt of the report, the council can adopt an ordinance establishing the protocols and procedures that would be applicable to the relationship between the city and the VIA. So you'd be encouraging, we can make it part of this resolution and see if we could pare that down, see whether they have an interest in it and trying to achieve a balance. But it gives everybody an opportunity to maintain status quo, kind of. I still think you need to move in some direction toward accountability, even if you're mandating a study. So at the very least, submit your budget. But I think that if you mandate a 2-year study and come back at the end of 2 years, you could either make it for a charter revision, or I think you just authorize the council to adopt an ordinance and go through the ordinance process, and the charter mandates that and allows for that, then I think you can achieve the goals and do whatever you need to do. Bring in an outside management consultant to help work on it. Because libraries are unique. They're very different. I'm telling you, they're right when they say that they all operate differently. Some of the biggest battles I've had in charter revisions in Norwalk last year was over the hiring of the director, because they had autonomy, and the new mayor wanted to make sure he or she had autonomy. It's a she now, but she was running for mayor and she was the president of the council, so she insisted on the economy, on the lack of autonomy, and having the mayor play a role. So there's always that kind of friction. So I think if we mandate a study, that would be something that's achievable. So you were barking up the right tree. It's literally what we talked about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so we have some proposed language on part of that discussion. We can't make a motion on the exact verbiage, but
I have most of it.
You have most of it?
Going to fill in the blanks.
Okay.
Says that the CRC should review the language of the charter to achieve a balance with the VIA to ensure accountability of the use of public funds and mandate something. Mandate accountability?
Efficient operations.
Including the management practices including the periodic budgetary reporting operations. All right, hang on.
Management practice including competitive standards for procurement personnel, as well as more rigorous reporting requirements.
Okay.
Got it?
Got it good?
Madam Clerk?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
And somebody making that motion?
Would somebody like to make that motion? I have a motion from Councilwoman Tucker. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Quagliani. Further discussion? See none. All in favor?
So I won't be able to read his part back and forth because I was going to listen to the tape, but
If I may, I've transcribed it if you want to hear it in
Please.
total.
yeah.
CRC should review proposed language of the charter to achieve balance with relationship to the VIA, to ensure financial accountability in the use of public funds, and to mandate efficient operation of the library by the VIA, including management practices that require the use of competitive standards in procurement, personnel, and including the budgetary operations of the WHPL, standardized reporting. Or, Steve, you had parenthetical, standardized periodic reporting.
So we're still in discussion. I'm struggling with the part about the management. Can you read that part again, please?
Management practices and competitive standards of procurement.
Mandate efficient operation of the library by the VIA, including management practices that require the use of competitive standards in procurement, personnel, and including standardized periodic reporting.
Okay, so what we're asking the VIA to do is to mandate that the library exercise reasonably appropriate management over procurement, employment matters, and what was the last one? Reporting.
Standardized periodic reporting.
So this in no way asserts authority over those items. It is.
What the language is intended to do, Mr. Chair, is to say you're not going to be operating under a procurement department, but we expect you to adopt standards that are similar to it, competitive standards. The key word is competitive. And I mean, there should be equity, there should be equal opportunity, there should be all those types of things. And as we more rigorously develop language, you may see some of that stuff show up in there.
And just for a point of clarity, there's nothing to suggest that this is not happening now. This is just, because the charter is being open at the moment, we're just codifying a set of expectations of what they're
Yes.
going to do. This is in no way a comment of whether or not it is or is not
Correct.
being done.
In fact, the fact that they use the cooperative purchasing system for libraries is absolutely consistent with with best practices for municipalities.
Okay.
So the one thing they did talk about is a best practice. So this is not in any way, shape, or form. What I'm trying to do is have language say, if the problem is you're worried about the slippery slope, we're not making you a department, but we're saying you need to establish the standards that are typical standards for municipalities.
Okay. Thank you. Discussion? Councilman Donovan?
Yeah, I'm just, obviously you guys are the lawyers. We're able to talk about the VIA in our charter when it comes to that. We're just not telling them.
Yeah, the Village Improvement Association exists now in the charter. There's no
Right.
prohibition on
Okay, so
mentioning them or
we're not
discussing them.
changing. The only thing we're doing is making sure they're more, whatever the word I'm trying to think is, accountable. Yeah.
The only thing that these proposed changes would do would make conditions on how they use and utilize and expend the budget that they request from this body.
Okay.
So you can't and aren't looking to control anything they do with their other outstanding funds.
Right. No, that was good. All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
And the point of this specific language is that because we don't know what the outcome of your meeting on Monday is going to be, and at that point it's going to be too late for us to do anything else, we are creating a recommendation that is broad enough. That way when we have our conferral meeting, we can maybe solidify that, and it doesn't fall outside of what we are allowed to do. That's the understanding of what
Correct.
we're doing? Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Tucker?
This also, I think, you can tell me yes or no, kind of provides a level of protection also for the library from things that are coming down from higher levels of government, because they wouldn't be subject to any of the things that other municipalities have been subjected to, correct?
Allow me to give you my opinion on this. Libraries across the country are under siege from federal funding, also from state funding, and it's not just in the states that you think of on the top of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
I believe what this would allow is for future iterations of this body and future holders of the executive seat to feel more comfortable in advancing funding that comes directly from the budgets here in the cases that state and federal funds end up being either overburdened and overconditioned or simply dried up. You heard earlier today mention of the previous executive that essentially halved the budget. I think it's a credit to them having gone about operations in the proper way, competitively, that they even were able to stay open. So I don't believe anybody, and I'll speak for the CRC also. No one there was suggesting that there is anything over there that needs to be controlled, that needs to be shut down, or that needs to be operated instead of the way that they're existing with any replacement of personnel or anything like that. But I think you bring up a really interesting point, which is this may create a framework and infrastructure that would allow this body and the executive to feel much more comfortable with deeper and further funding with, as you said earlier, Mr. Chair, control of the purse strings. You all will, and the others who sit in these seats after you, answer to the public. And this gives you a way to have answers to questions that you may be asked.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear too that I wasn't, asking the question presuming that that was what was happening at the CRC level either. I know that's not, what you were saying, but I just want to be clear for people who are listening that that wasn't the question that I was trying to find the answer for. But thank you for that clarification.
What's up?
I'm all set.
Thank you. If we pass this motion, I'm assuming there's going to be a trickle-down effect because we have made other changes throughout this process that included the library and various definitions or various other provisions. So we're going to have to undo some of that, I would imagine.
I think you're speaking to certain portions of the charter that were proposed where the definition of department had to be expanded to specifically include the West Haven Public Library, Village Improvement Association in certain places. Nothing, I'll remind you all, nothing technically has been done yet, right? So we can simply back those out based on what you choose tonight or tomorrow. Your process had motions that may need to be revisited, but at the end of this, or at the end of tomorrow's meeting, Attorney Bennett and I will ask you to extend to us, pass a motion, please, that extends to us the ability to be sure that each and everything that you're recommending is reflective, again, as I spoke to last night, not only in the section that we're looking at, but in the entirety of the document. When talking about statutory construction, the entire document has to be able to speak as one together. If one portion of it undercuts another, then those are in conflict. And so we want to reserve the right to be able to make sure that if we do see it someplace else, or if it's in a footnote, that we are able to strike that. Not in an effort to change the effect of it, but rather the opposite, to make sure that the effect is clear and unambiguous.
If the result of this broad language is to not treat them as a department, then they will not be treated as a department. They'll be taken out of the parenthetical in those definitions. And
I assume that we could either do that by way of modifying the actions that we've already taken, or at our conferral meeting, just tell the CRC,
if you do that,
don't take our prior recommendation, do this one.
Exactly. Well, we will recommend, consistent with the actions we're taking, that we need to fix that parenthetical.
We have multiple avenues to undo and got it.
Yeah, believe me, we'll take care of that. And I know that you are a great editor. When you take a look at the final version, you'll
thank you.
Tell us about the Scrivener's errors.
Councilman Beaton.
I do think, though, what you've come up with through all that is a great template for what we're trying to accomplish as a whole, not just the library. But I think it's a great template that we can utilize for other things that we discussed.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion? See none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? One opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, before we go into reviewing the red line draft that we have, I just want to go through the items that were spoken about tonight, because that's sort of a first instance review. So I will open the floor. Was anything brought up this evening during public comment that we want to discuss and entertain as a possible further revision? And I'll give you a few moments to look over your notes, and if you have any questions about what was actually said to confirm, then Stacy can bring that up. Councilman Garthwaite?
I do like what Miss Rodriguez brought up regarding renaming the Senior Citizen Commission to something of the effect of Commission on Aging. I think that it's more appropriate, and it sort of aligns with what other communities are doing in terms of what their name is for their commission. So I'd like to know what the council thinks about that. I know everyone's reviewing their notes.
I will direct everybody to Chapter 6, Section 2, Subpart J. Well, it's 35 depending on what version you're looking at. Nope, sorry, 36 depending on what version you're looking at. Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that the City of West Haven rename the commission known as the Senior Citizen Commission to the Commission on Aging.
I have a motion to recommend to the CRC that we amend Chapter 6, Section 2J, Senior Citizen Commission, to rename the commission the Commission on Aging.
Second.
I have a first from Councilman Garthwaite and a second from Councilwoman Tucker. Is there any discussion? Councilman Beaton, is your hand up? Okay. See none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Floor is open on the public comment. Councilman Donovan?
Thank you, Chairman. I know we heard from many hats of State Representative Bill Heffernan and his statement about wanting no less than 1.5% incorporated into the charter for the library. I am not in favor of that, and the reason being is that moves the needle. That makes a big difference, and that's a lot more money that we'd be giving them, and that would move the needle. Unless the public comes up and says they're willing to pay more to have that put in there, I am not in favor of anything like that. I think we need to keep it as such because we cut other departments as well. So that's just, and I know they're not technically a department, but they're getting money from us. That's just my opinion.
I don't know who would have this answer, but in my head, it would work both ways. If the budget were to go down, which heaven knows it probably won't, but if the budget ever goes down, then how much they get goes down. Is that that would be the proposal, right?
If it's tied percentage-wise, then sure. I think he told you every $1 million it goes up, they get $15,000 more. Well, every $500,000 it goes down, they get $7,500 less.
Right. Okay. All set. Thank you. Councilman Tucker, did you have your hand up, or Tucker and then Beaton?
Are we on the same?
Anything you? Yeah. There's no motion on the floor, so the floor is open.
The conversation about position of profit brought forward by Mrs. Bollettieri in her note, I think could stand more of a definition. I'm not sure if that definition exists somewhere that I missed, but I think one of the points she raised was about whether or not there are family members that are associated with people who may benefit from the businesses of the family members and that kind of thing. So, I think we have to think about that and what that actually means. I know on ethics forums sometimes when you're asked about relatives and, family members and things of that nature. So, I just want to know the thoughts of others on this group about that in particular and what that could potentially mean from the attorneys, or where have you seen that and what has it meant in other places?
So just for a point of context, what the charter forbids is an elected official, a current elected official, from taking on a position of profit. Typically, people think of that as being hired by the city. But I think to Ms. Bollettieri's point, does that also include any sort of business practice that could financially benefit them while they're also an elected official? Our code of ethics absolutely addresses that. Is that what you're going to say? Beat you to it. So our code of ethics absolutely addresses that. But I think that, and I understand what she's saying, is that we want to make sure that it's crystal clear what position of profit means. Because it doesn't go both ways. If you already have a profitable relationship with the city, there's nothing that prevents you from becoming an elected official or an appointed official on a board or commission. It's the reverse. You can't do that after you've already become an official with the city. Councilman Ronan, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also looking for just some clarity, because that's what I had in my notes as Stacy was reading the letter. And I wrote more clarity on profiting from the city, and I do know in the code of ethics that it has it in there, but I'm not sure employee's immediate family is defined, right? So can I get a legalese ruling on that from one of our attorneys? Like, what is immediate family? as defined.
Attorney Cassini, if you want to pull up the Code of Ethics, it's Chapter 10 of the ordinances. There's a definition of family in there.
I think it just says employee's immediate family. So I'm asking for a definition of what immediate family is.
It's defined in the Code of Ethics. That's why I asked him if he would pull that up. He could read that.
I think I'm looking at the Code of Ethics.
No, the Code of Ethics. So we struck that out of there because the Code of Ethics is a long ordinance.
Okay.
It's and that's why I wanted it last week. Or earlier this week, I had asked to take that language out of the charter because the Code of Ethics is much more expansive in the ordinance than in the charter, and I don't think that they read well together.
Understood.
Thank you for the guidance, Mr. Chair. In Section 3 of Chapter 10 of City Ordinances, which is the chapter that defines the Code of Ethics, you have immediate family defined as follows. Includes a spouse or domestic partner, children, stepchildren, parents, step-parents, brothers and sisters, step-brothers and step-sisters, spouses of children or stepchildren, and grandparents and grandchildren.
That's a pretty wide expanse of familial relations there, I guess, you know.
Is that a critique or a compliment? How should I take that?
An observation.
Oh, you did write
did.
it. Oh, gee.
It's an observation, I think.
Thank you.
What I might recommend is I understand. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman. What I'll defer to the councilman. Yes.
Yeah, you still have
Whoever has the floor.
No, it's actually Councilman Ronan. But, okay, so Attorney Medit, if you want to comment on that.
Just on that issue, yeah.
Yes, please.
I didn't mean to interfere. I understand the need for a definition. This is a term that is currently in the charter, undefined. And so what we might do is we might say, remember we now consolidated them all, so there's very limited provisions. Positions of profit consistent with the Code of Ethics and rulings of the Board of Ethics, or as may further be defined by ordinance. So if it needs it, there may be, and I'm not going to ask the Corporation Council between tonight and tomorrow to look at the rulings of the Ethics Committee to see whether, or the Board of Ethics, to see whether they've actually looked at this issue ever. But I think that would be a way of addressing it to let people know that it may require further thinking that we just don't have the time to do right now.
I can tell you that they haven't because that ordinance is only 2.5 years old.
Okay, wow. All right, but I just wanted to suggest that language.
Councilman.
How do you want to?
Okay. No, I think are you all set? You're okay. Councilman Beaton and then Councilman Garthwaite.
I just want to support Commissioner Brown's. He came up and spoke about the importance of alternate commissioners and the role they play within our city, and I do feel strongly that it needs to be defined in terms of the role that they do play on our boards and commissions, because I feel very strongly they play a very pivotal role in the process and need to be in for lack of a better word, in the know when the time comes where they may be called to action to make decisions. So I feel very strongly with his testimony.
Councilman Garthwaite.
Attorneys, I have a question for either one of you or both of you. A resident asked me, she said, okay, you have this document, that's your charter, that our residents have voted on, right? And then we have an ordinance such as the great ethics ordinance. And so we're taking the language out, which I felt very good about taking the language out of the charter, just saying, going back, just basically see the ethics ordinance. This resident said to me, isn't that in a way basically repeatedly changing the charter? Because when you vote to change the ordinance or any ordinance referred to in the charter, isn't that changing the charter without the residents' permission?
It depends on what the ordinance is. So here's how it works. The general statutes provide the express grant of authority. The express grant of authority is effectuated in two ways. One, by your charter, and then through the charter by the ordinances. And so the ordinances have to be consistent with the charter and with the general statutes. So, it runs through. It's a subordinate body of law, and so it can't amend your charter. It can only do that which is authorized either by the charter or by state law. It can't contradict the charter. It can't modify the charter. It can seek to implement elements of the charter, but they have to be consistent with the language of the charter. So the answer is it shouldn't. That doesn't mean legislative bodies throughout the state of Connecticut haven't done things that are in violation of their charter. Or I'm dealing with this I won't name the city, right now, one of our larger cities, where I was just going through an ordinance and they just repeat the charter provisions. Like, why? It's in the charter. You don't need to repeat it in the Code of Ordinances. You can refer back to the charter section if you want to make it easy for the consumer, the citizen, to be able to see that, but you don't need to repeat it. Because you can't change it, but an ordinance can be changed, but you can't change that section if it's derived from the exact language in the charter. So the answer is you should not be able to amend your charter by ordinance. Yeah, that's the answer.
But, so this was her argument to me, but you are changing it because you're saying in the body of your charter, see this ordinance, and you change that ordinance. So in effect, aren't you? And we kept going round and round. So
you're authorizing the legislative body to adopt a body of ordinances to implement an ethics standard in the city, and I've done it two different ways. We're having the same debate in the town of Weston right now, where the commission adopted a very fulsome provision on ethics, and they're paring it down to move it back to the Code of Ordinances. That's entirely appropriate. I think the charter should have enough standard to establish some broad standards. I call them the 10 Commandments. If you want to list the 10 Commandments in the charter, and then you want your ordinances consistent with the 10 Commandments, then you ask them to write the 5 books of Moses and then the New Testament. You figure out your way through the liturgy of the religion of your choice. But whatever the case may be, but it's not rewriting the charter. The charter mandates and authorizes the adoption of ordinances, and they need to be consistent with the charter. And even more importantly, ethics ordinances need to be entirely consistent with the ethics standards that are established by state law. You can't adopt standards, local standards, that are not authorized by state law. That's where it's really governed. Even the charter can't modify the state statutory structure for ethics. So that's a very heavily constricted, as the chair probably knows from drafting an ethics section, you're really constrained by the state statute.
Okay.
If I may, Councilman MacArthur, I'd like to comment on this because I worked on both ends of this. So when I was serving on the Board of Ethics and we were tasked with this, the current charter has 2 very small paragraphs. It establishes the Code of Ethics, establishes the Board of Ethics, and then it has one provision that basically says you can't take a bribe. That is the ethical standard that's in the current charter. What the board did is enlarged upon that with various types of activities that are prohibited, and then it outlined the exact process by which it's enforced. We had at the time the opportunity to either suggest it as a charter revision or an ordinance. We selected the ordinance because, over 50, 100 years, ethical standards change. Mm-hmm. Changing an ordinance or a charter, as we can all see, very difficult, very time-consuming process. So we wanted the city to have that flexibility. You can't do it willy-nilly, but it will require an ordinance change, which is still not super easy to do. You can't just snap a finger and have that done. So we felt that was the best way to do it. The reason why I made the proposed changes in this draft is because I didn't want there to be any inconsistency between the charter and the ordinance. So what I thought that the code under the charter should say is There is a code of ethics. It is Chapter 10 of the Code of Ordinances. There will be a board of ethics that implements and oversees that, the implementation of that code, and then let the ordinance do the work. So in my mind, we're not changing the charter every time the ordinance is done. The charter says there will be a code, there will be a board to effectuate that code, and then it's up to the ordinance to do the work.
Okay. So I think basically my comment back to her should be, when an ordinance is adopted or updated, the legislative body is the one that votes on it, and we as a body are the ones that were elected to do the work of our electorate.
I could tell you that when the Board of Ethics approved the draft ordinance, I stood before 13 members of the City Council for about 45 minutes answering questions.
I remember.
You were one of them?
Yep.
You were very kind to me.
Yeah.
To make sure that they understood what was in that 28-page document.
Yep.
And then they voted on it, and they passed the ordinance just like anything else. And if any city council wants to make an amendment based on the recommendations of the board, it's going to go through that same process.
Right. Okay. So, attorney, basically, what we could say back to her is that the body is the one that votes on the changes to the ordinances, and basically it is all done in a legal process. It's not something that we're trying to hide from our residents. It just...
I would tell her two things. One, you all are elected to be here to represent them and conduct the business of the city while they conduct their own business and attend to the affairs of themselves and their lives and their family. But two, it's not... I think she's thinking of it the opposite way than I would think of it. There are many places in this charter that we haven't even looked at, whether it's the other body or this, where the charter doesn't allow ordinances, but specifically demands ordinances. All the operation, all the legislation, all the guidance of the rules of the city cannot be in the charter. The charter, A, is, as you've all seen and pointed out, more difficult to change than ordinances. But B, it's not built for that. That's not what it does. And so it's not that changing an ordinance or even creating a new ordinance is changing the charter, but an end run somehow around referendum. In fact, it's actually the end result of exactly that which the charter demands of you, which is to effectuate ordinances that further A, the provisions that are granted in the charter, but B, the business of the city. I would think that you don't really have an option in many cases but to pass ordinances, specifically because of what the charter dictates.
The way I would look at it is that the charter is our Constitution. The Constitution,
Yes.
in effect, dictates the end result of what the population wants, and it's the statutes or it's our ordinances that effectuates the how. And that's the way I would look at it. This is telling us we want there to be a code, a standard, and we want the ability to enforce it. The ordinance tells you how to do that.
Okay. I apologize for taking up so much
Not
time
at
on
all.
the floor this evening.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Councilman Quagliani.
Yeah, I just like to follow on to that. So we, the legislative body, don't do this in a vacuum. So if we're gonna amend or create an ordinance, the public is noticed via a public notice in the newspaper, and we have a public hearing. So the community has an opportunity to come in front of us and give us their thoughts and opinions before we act. So they do have, they are noticed, and they do have an opportunity to be heard.
Any further discussion on the public hearing? Councilman Ronan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to echo Councilman Beaton's sentiments in regards to alternate members of boards and commissions. I see Commissioner Brown is still here, so I just want to say to him, we absolutely respect the position of the alternates on the boards and commissions and hope that the language that we drafted kind of solidifies their position in doing so. They need to be informed if they're going to be called upon. So I strongly support Commissioner Brown's statement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll echo that because we unanimously voted to clarify that language that not only are alternates activated upon an absence not to make a quorum, but that they have an absolute right, whether or not they're activated or not, to be in executive session. So I think that this body unanimously has demonstrated that we support the responsibility and the role of the alternates, and that hopefully the CRC will take our recommendations to heart and pass them in the final product. Any final discussion on the comments made at public hearing or a review of the charter in the first instance? Once we're finished, I'm going to take a short recess to hand out the latest draft, and then we will start going through that. Any other discussion? Of course.
Absolutely. We're gonna prolong. Well, everybody else was discussed here. I know we have a gentleman, and he's still here, was not in favor of the 4-year term. But as we talked about previously, there was a poll put out by Councilwoman Garthwaite as well. I personally have talked to numerous people from ages 25 to about 70. I'm going to say maybe a half dozen to a dozen people, actually more than that. The younger ones were the only ones that said 2, and they were being honest. They were like, nah, we're just probably too lazy to do 4 years. But they're not interested in politics whatsoever. I've talked to ex-mayors. I've talked to ex-council people, and they were saying that, yeah, the 4 years would make sense. There is some back and forth about accountability and stuff like that I understand. And again, I voted for it. I believe I made the motion for it. And then I talked to the chairman as well, and as he put it, I started getting that buyer's remorse. So I had to reiterate again and just ask a few more people. So again, it's just something that I just wanted you to know while you're here that we did discuss that in a pretty decent form, with the poll being out, and I personally was asked. I asked a lot of people as well, but I do appreciate your opinion. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garthwaite.
I'm going to say, I'm going to echo your sentiment. My initial gut reaction was to keep it at 2 because of our storied past. And just listening to different arguments back and forth, the pros, the cons, my heart just didn't know what to do, right? So that's why I put out the poll to see how people felt, and it was an overwhelming majority felt that we should be going to 4-year terms. Behind it was the stay at 2. It was not very close. It wasn't thousands of people that voted on the poll, but it was definitely a good sample poll. So, it's always hard to know what to do when those kinds of things happen. So I'm gonna, I appreciate Mr. Kraft's comments, and I'm gonna actually read all of them that you submitted to our council clerk. So thank you for showing up tonight, and thank you, Councilman Donovan.
Thank you. I did also receive some feedback on the 2 years, 2 years versus 4 years. Most people that I spoke with were in favor of that, just for continuity, and being able to not have that learning curve every 2 years. That the thought process is that the government as a whole, executive and legislative, could possibly be a little bit more efficient because you don't have that steep learning curve for the first 6 months to a year. I did receive some pushback on the other end. That the standard line was that folks are only voting for this to stay in power, and I don't agree with that mindset. I actually agree with the gentleman that you can't look at the charter and not think about the practical effect of it. I think we would be irresponsible to just vote on something and not think about the practical effect. And I think that we had about an hour-long conversation about that. And we did think about the practical effect of it and whether or not the city could move forward in a united way and in an efficient way. And I think that was absolutely part of our discussion. It had nothing, it was nothing about power grabs and political parties, and that those words never came out of our mouths. It was about efficient operation of the city, continuity, and making sure that especially the dollars of the taxpayer goes to where they need to go and it be used as efficiently as they can. So I still support our decision. I believe in it. And I think it was the right thing to do, and we'll see what the CRC has to say about it. Anything else? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Time is 8:42. All right. Call the meeting back to order at 8:51. So what I have distributed to everybody is a set of the minutes from our June 9th, June 10th, and June 15th meeting, which details all of the action items that we accomplished over the last 3 meetings. And then Attorney Cassini and Attorney Mednick have put together a red line draft of the charter. So this is as it was presented to us by the Charter Revision Commission, and the changes and comments are related to the action we've taken on June 9, 10, and 15. So what our job is to do is to make sure that 2 things. One, everything that we voted to do in these minutes is actually in here. And number 2, that we are comfortable with the verbiage that is being used. And if there's any questions in any of the notes and comments by the attorneys, that we address them. Because once we finish up this review, this is going to be our final vote to the CRC. Hopefully it will not take all that long. Hopefully I did not just jinx us. So we'll start off on page 2. We wanted to include the word agency in the definition. I see that agency is a separate defined term with no definition. Should that come out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I put agency there because you had discussed having a definition, and that's there as a placeholder to have the conversation around A, do we need to have a definition, and B, then what shall it be? We didn't have language for what the definition would be, so I didn't put it in there. But you did mention that in one of your comments that you wanted to know if we should define it.
But we added agencies into the definition of board and commission.
That's exactly right.
And I think for that reason, because we didn't really know what an agency
And it's also in departments, because an
Yeah.
agency could be a department or a board and commission, so they're subsumed by those definitions. So
Okay.
there's no need for a separate definition.
I don't want to belabor this process with a ton of needless motions. So is there a way that we could just say, take out that piece? Take it out, please. Thank you. Done. Okay.
And Chairman, we're going to make B A again.
Yes, it is. So B will become A, and so on and so forth.
Oh, maybe not.
Guess not.
Just by point of order, as you go through, I'm making the changes live in the document here. So you can keep all those copies and scratch more notes on them if you'd like. But when we're done here tonight, this will be updated in real time as we go through tonight. And then it'll be shared with Attorney Mednick again.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes. I've got the notes, the comments, and everything.
Sorry.
I'll speak, yeah. I told you last night, when you see the bubble in the margin that has a placeholder for a number, but you don't see a number there, council rec is recommendation, number, and then blank. As we solidify these, I'll put the numbers in again tonight in real time, so that when we're done and close business, if we get through it all tonight, then it'll be done and transmitted over to Attorney Mednick.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere, because page 3, the definition of contract, footnote 14, has a comment. We had discussed that the city council presently does not approve litigation settlements, and I believe generally does not approve MOUs, MOAs, LOUs, and LOAs. And I see that Attorney Mednick has a comment that we should leave the definition broad and then scale back what the council approves by way of ordinance. Do I understand that that's the recommendation? Shaking his head, yes.
Yes, I think you should keep the definition as broad as possible. You can narrow it and say that you could establish standards, that you may say that we will approve all MOUs in excess of a certain amount of money, or whatever it is, or whatever your policy would be.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, just for the sake of time, just trying to get us done this evening and tomorrow, I'm going to go through them but please get my attention if you want, if you need me to slow down or if you need to, if you have any comments or anything. That way I don't have to ask for every single little thing. Moving on to the definition of department, we had passed a motion to include the West Haven Public Library and the Water Pollution Control Authority. Given the comments that were made this evening, our discussions with the attorneys, and our most recent action, Attorney Mednick, is it advisable that we remove West Haven Public Library from the definition of department?
Thank you. In light of the direction that the conversation took earlier, I would say take it out. If the discussion that the commission has with you during their deliberations modifies that in any way, shape, or form, then we could put it back in.
Okay. Because that was a vote, Madam Clerk, I'm going to let you make the call on this one. Is it more appropriate that we move to remove it, or can we just make a statement to the attorneys to do that, since this is in the minutes as a vote that we wanted to do this? What would you prefer for the record?
I think for the record, we should probably make a motion to remove it.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I want to ask the attorneys a question about the addition of the Water Pollution Control Authority. A resident had brought it to my attention that perhaps it was not allowed to be considered a department because of a statute, some sort of statute. Are you aware of any?
Yeah. I know the statute that they're talking about, which makes authorities directly reported in creatures of state statute, but this one is not one of those in our town. We all call it the WPCA because that's the acronym that we've all come accustomed to, but it actually isn't a WPCA in West Haven. You have an administrator, you have a WPCC, and you have the facility itself. But there is no controlling authority that's directly created by state statute in West Haven.
Okay, so adding this here would not be illegal in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's not violative of state statute.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. I would like to make a motion that we remove the West Haven Public Library from the definition of department.
I'll second that.
Second from lots of people. Any discussion? Councilman Tucker.
Should it be removed pending the conversation with the attorneys? Because it could potentially go back in.
I think the direction that you're giving the commission, which will be meeting after the conversation that we have with their attorneys, would be sufficient to recommend that you put it back in if they're going to treat it as a department. You've given them license to make that recommendation to you, and they can make that proposed amendment at that time.
That was covered under the prior motion that was made?
I think it was covered by the motion that was made earlier this evening. I think it was broad enough to give them the mandate to come back with language that they are a department, as opposed they're not. And if it comes back to you that way, then their motion would have to say and make sure you include them in the parentheticals that you took them out of.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Next is a comment on.
You're going to multi-year?
I am.
All right, that's where I was going to go.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, because you had the same issue with the multi-year, and I had a comment response. And what I was going to say, and I think we already have a footnote on it, I think that the footnote covers you because it shows what the ordinance says at this time. That's a 3-year ordinance that you've essentially delegated authority But the reason you want a definition for multi-year contracts is the common law of the state of Connecticut gives you, as the legislative body, the ability to approve any multi-year contracts. Mayors normally do not have the authority to approve multi-year contracts. They have to be approved by the council. The Board of Ed doesn't have the ability to approve a multi-year contract with the exception of a school superintendent contract and then certain Teacher Negotiation Act contracts. But the pensions, they have to come to you. So that's the reason for a very expansive definition. But I know that you have the ordinance, and the ordinance, you are permitted under law to delegate authority. And so I put the footnote in here that shows that at the time of the adoption, you have section 42-15A that essentially creates that 3-year standard. I just hope that the ordinance, one of the things I would suggest is you look at your ordinance to make sure you're not delegating that authority to anybody other than the mayor. You don't want to be delegating that to the Board of Education, just for the record.
Okay, so basically, what this footnote says is that by ordinance we are allowing the mayor to execute contracts that are up to 3 years, but if it extends past 3 years, then it requires city council approval, among other provisions that would require us. So we should be good with this language. Any discussion? Councilman Quagliani.
I know Scribner hasn't started working yet, but in the middle of the paragraph it says multi-year contacts also include, it should be multi-year contracts, right? It should be multi-year contracts. Right. Thank you.
Scrivener's got work to do. Okay. I think that the note on the definition of quorum, we've addressed that elsewhere, so I think we're good to go there. Moving on to chapter 2. Definition of elections has been corrected. Moving on to section 2C2. So making sure that this changes, this changes the city council and the Board of Assessment Appeals to 4 years. Okay.
That shouldn't say, that doesn't matter, right? 4 years. Like, continuous with the mayor or whatever, that don't have to be in there. Right? Because it's 4 years and that's
right, because we're already on the same cycle as the mayor. Page 10, subpart 3. So I don't see that, unless I'm missing it, but what our goal here, Attorney Bednick, is that we need to get everybody onto the same election cycle in 2031. So we batted around a few different options. I think that the city council has elected that we're going to have them have the Board of Education on a 4-year in 2027, and 2-year in 2029. That gets everybody on the same track for 2031. Mm-hmm. Your mic, please. Thank you.
So currently, the Board of Ed is a 2-year term?
No, currently it's a 4-year term, but it's 5 in one election cycle and 4.
All right, so we're going to have to reduce one class down to the re-election class in 29. We'll have a 2-year term.
Yes. Then
in 31, it'll all be aligned.
You'll all be aligned on a 4-year term.
All right, I'll revise that language to make that clear. Now, here's the question I have. The intent is that the Board of Assessment Appeals and the council will immediately align with the mayor. It'll be 2027 it'll take effect.
Yes.
So we need the
Yeah.
same. So we need the same prefatory language that's in C1 in C2. The the clarifying language.
Thank you.
I won't use that dirty word again. But the sounds awful. But so I'll use that language in 2 as well. So that the mayor, council, and board of we might actually combine them all into one section. Frankly, if they're all in 4-year term cycles, right? Does that make sense?
Oh, combine 1 and 2.
Yeah. Not have, if they're all in the same cycle and they all take place in 2027, then that's fine. And then we have to do the transition in 2029 to a complete alignment in 2031 with the Board of Ed.
Councilman Donovan, you look.
Yeah, I understand the theory, but when it comes down to a question that we have to put on the ballot, when it comes to the mayor, clerk, city council, and board of assessment, that would be one question. I don't want that.
You can make any number of questions you want.
Yeah, I'd rather have, because some people may not want the council to be for.
So what I think Attorney Medic is saying is that even if he combines those 2 sections in the charter, we can ask in 2 different questions. We can still do that.
You can still do it. And if you lose on the council, the Board of Assessment Appeals will stay where they are, and the council would either go into a different sentence, or we'd have the flexibility, I would think, to add a different provision for the council. But you can make it multiple questions if you want.
Thank you.
So just for a point of clarity, I think what you're asking, and I'll make sure I'm right, if we go with your suggestion, Attorney Mednick, that we combine sections 1 and 2, so that way all the elected officials are in one paragraph, we could still separate the question on the ballot to say mayor and then whomever else, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then we would make the edit if
Whatever
it goes down, we'd make the edit to correspond to what the voters indicated.
Okay. Got it. Good? Also, great. Councilman Garthwaite?
I really like the idea of separating it out on the ballot to give our residents an option. I really like that. So I hope that we will definitely do that.
That you'll decide in your last phase.
Okay, so to be clear on subpart 3, the ball's in your court, Attorney Mednick, that you need to craft language that the Board of Ed candidates are going to be elected for a 2-year term, and then in 2031, assuming that everything else passes, everybody will be on the same 4-year election cycle starting in 31. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Donovan.
Wait, no, because the first group of 5 is going to be on a 4-year term.
Right, and 27.
27, those 5 members will be on a 4-year term.
Correct, and that gets them to 31.
29, those 4 become a 2-year term.
Yes.
And that's actually written in the comments on the side, that KC10.
Right. So Attorney Mednick needs to actually put that into the body of the document.
So the 5 members who are up in 2027 will have a 4-year term.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then the 4 that are up in 29 will have a 2-year term. And then when they're up in 2031, they'll have a 4-year term.
Correct.
So there's 3 steps. Okay, got it.
Yep.
I didn't get that. But thank you, Councilman Donovan. That's very helpful.
Further discussion before we move on? Okay, moving on to section 4, B, page 11, footnote 57. Anything coming out of the public comment with Ms. Bolletary? Is there anything that we need to do here, or are we all set? I think we're footnote 57. Other positions of power, profit, power. Whew. Profit. Thank you. I think we discussed and we decided that we're good there because it's defined in the Code of Ethics and various other locations. Okay. Okay. I've made the lawyers nervous. Never good when I make the lawyers nervous.
Not nervous. You've just forgotten something that you've asked. You asked previously, what about the reverse?
Oh,
And
right.
I think what you meant was, what about if positions were taken up in reverse order? But I'm not sure if that's the case. So
Yeah, it presently isn't. It's the direction is that you can't be an elected official and then take up a position of profit. There's nothing that stops someone that already has a position of profit becoming an elected official.
no, I know that,
Yeah.
but I think you're asking, what if anything should we do about the reverse?
Yeah, it was a something off the top of my head. I don't think we discussed that. I'm happy to move on unless anybody has a great need to talk about that.
Okay, then an additional thing. Attorney Mendick had a recommendation for language in that section.
If you're comfortable, we don't have to do anything, but in light of the issue being raised and it's not defined in the current charter, I was going to say that wherever the position of profit language is, that we would, what section was that? Sorry. Okay.
Section 4B.
Got it. 1 second here. Let me get the section. Here it is. Something to the effect that positions of profit consistent with the code of ethics rulings, the code of ethics or rulings of the Board of Ethics, or as may be otherwise defined by ordinance. I'm not sure it's necessary, but that would kind of answer the question the person raised regarding definitions. So I'll leave
Okay,
it
so
up to you.
our option then is to where would we insert that language?
I would add it in that section, obviously. Anyway,
Councilman Donovan?
Yeah, I would say just leave it. as is.
fine.
Okay. No. Councilman Tucker
I disagree.
disagrees.
I think you
Yes.
should add it.
Okay. So I say that you two go into the hallway.
So
Okay.
well, so what you're saying is, I was hired. I right now I work in the Public Works Department, and now I'm city council.
No.
You're saying I can't do that?
No. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is Ms. Bollettieri raised the issue that position of profit is not necessarily defined. To say that it is defined in the Code of Ethics and possibly various other ordinances. That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Right. And I think it's worthy of a note.
I do too.
Then I'm okay with it as well.
You convinced him.
Woo.
So, Train Badnick, where would we add that language?
Yeah, what I was going to suggest, I left my glasses there, that we just add a sentence at the end that the positions of profit shall be, the term position of profit shall be consistent with any provisions of the Code of Ethics, comma, rulings of the Board of Ethics, or as may be otherwise defined by ordinance. Got that, Mr. Corporation Counsel? Any definitions, of the Code of Ethics, rulings of the Board of Ethics, or as may otherwise be defined by ordinance.
Do I have a motion to adopt that language at the end of section 4B?
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Donovan. Do I have a second? Second from Councilman McMillan. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Attorneys, would it make your lives easier if I ask Councilman Tagliatella to sit one seat to the right and you two sit there? That way you're at the mics, you have a desk, and you don't have to get up and down? No? You're good? Okay, just want to make sure that we're... It's good for the glutes. And your wife's keeping tabs on you. You said that. Okay. Okay. She's watching. Hello, Mrs. Mednick. All right. Moving on to section 6, vacancies and elected officials. We did a lot of work here.
Two places here I want to go through language that we discussed and then talk about procedure that does not have language that we've discussed yet. But the first edit that you're making here is in section A, subsection 1, change of biennial to quadrennial. This is not the only place that change has to make. You don't need to pass motion for each of those changes to happen. Substantive change is the next paragraph or the next section, necessity of special election. You had worked out the math to 34-month temporary vacancy or vacancy of the mayoral position.
Within the first 34 months.
The first 34 months that had a temporary vacancy, because you reserved 60 days at the end of that period to actually have the election process. So it speaks now, should there be a mayoral vacancy during the first 34 months of a 48-month mayoral term, there shall be a special election held within 60 days of such vacancy. If such vacancy shall begin and occur after the 34th month, terms of section 6A1 above shall apply, which is your guidance on succession without special election.
Okay, does anybody have any comment about whether or not this accomplishes what we were intending? Okay. And then the section for procedure to determine vacancy.
You had settled on a 9-member majority vote, but that doesn't satisfy all the questions you asked about the procedure itself. So again, 2 questions. 1, how much of the procedure should be spelled out here? And then if we determine anything should be spelled out beyond the majority, what should it be?
The issue is really the triggering event, right? How is it going to be determined that the city council needs to hold that special meeting?
We discussed that the concept of temporary and the use of that word left open judgment, but that does not spell out who gets to make the determination. And for that, I'll cede to my brother counsel here, who's got more experience with that.
I do have language from other communities that gets pretty arcane, so I could bring the language in tomorrow for us to look at, and it would be a council decision. And you want to make it looks like you've made it a supermajority, right?
We did.
Yeah. And you want to make it a supermajority because you'd be, at that point, the easy vacancy is when the mayor resigns or the mayor dies, or, where it's clear the mayor leaves, moves to Jamaica, or some other tax-free haven in the Caribbean. But the
non-extradition country.
It's a non-extradition country. But the difficult issue is when the mayor's just not doing anything and nothing's happening, like the congressman in New Jersey, who no one has seen for 6 months. And so I have provisions, I think, in the Hartford Charter and other charters that deal with that issue. Again, it's a due process. It's tantamount to a removal, effectively. So there are due process rights that are established in it. So I can give some language. I can try to draft some language tomorrow.
Should the procedural language be in the charter, or is that better for an ordinance?
You want to establish the standard in the charter. The procedures can be established by ordinance or by regulation, but you want to have enough in the charter that says the mayor has a right to counsel. These are the standards that the council has to look at, that the city council has to look at. Council can be represented by council. Those kinds of things can be there. But the actual procedures, if you want to establish them, can be established by ordinance. But the standard needs to be established in the charter.
And what if a situation arises where the mayor is incapacitated?
You would make a determination. In the Hartford Charter, we have medical evidence that would need to be introduced. Then the issue, and you can't address every single issue, and I'm not a litigator, but right. If the mayor was not cooperating or not in a place, or the mayor's spouse wouldn't cooperate and say, no one's touching my husband or my wife, then you'd have to find another grounds for that, and the failure to cooperate could end up being taken into account. So the Hartford provision is pretty robust.
All right, so it seems like that we have an idea of where we want to be. We're just not there yet, and what we need is some of that meat from.
I'll bring the language in tomorrow, and we can either settle on the language or ask the commission to look at that language and come up with something that is a little more detailed.
Very good.
Okay.
Councilman Tucker?
So the necessity of an election is only in the event of death or resignation, but not for necessarily for a temporary vacancy.
Not for temporary.
Okay.
It would have to be permanent.
It would have to be permanent, because that's what I was going to say. If you go through the whole exercise of electing somebody and then the mayor just comes back from Jamaica or something, then it would be, difficult. You can't undo that.
Yeah, no, exactly right. No, it's meant for that. Let me just add for clarity, I didn't draft the language in two, and I'm just looking at it for the first time. It talks about the special election. I'm assuming that special election would be during the next quadrennial municipal election. You're not talking about a freestanding?
No, so the thought process was that if in the first 34 months of a mayor's term, the mayor permanently resigns, passes away, whatever the case might be, that what we didn't want to have happen is if God forbid something happens in month one or even year one, that the chair of the city council, who is not elected to be mayor, is now going to be mayor for 3+ years. That we felt that 36, that 1 year was probably sufficient. It didn't make sense to have a special election with only a year left in the term.
But the 36 gets you into the next quadrennial election.
So if it's within the first 34 months, then I think somebody said on the record that it takes about 60 days to hold a special election to go through that process. So if it happened within the first 34 months plus another 2 months, it gets you to the 36 months.
And gets you to the quadrennial.
And then that person would be mayor for.
So you're mayor until the next municipal election, basically.
Yes,
so,
it's not a new 4-year election. It gets you
exactly. That's what I want to make sure. I'll look at those numbers and make sure they work.
Okay.
But I understand the concept. Thank you.
And then please also, to your point, make sure that is clear, that a special election gets you to the next quadrennial election. It's not a new freestanding 4-year term.
Gotcha.
I believe that is our intent. Yes? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and you're going to provide us language tomorrow on the procedure to determine the vacancy. So we are, I think, good there. Anybody have anything for Section 6? Okay. Next on page 13, Section 8 was constables. It was just a couple of questions of, the role of the constable and the authority, because I know this is something that's very much on the mayor's mind. She's been working on some ordinances to allow them to do various functions, specifically at the beach and whatnot. So I just want to make sure that this Section 8 is consistent with what the mayor's long-term plan is, and that we have... Okay. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that this section allows us to have the flexibility to codify by ordinance or anything else what the mayor's ultimate vision of this position is.
Pardon my glibness. We do have recent ordinances with regards to constables. Constables operate underneath the authority of the police department. There are, I believe, 2 new ones that have been enacted and deployed for parking enforcement. This Section 8 is much more prescriptive than I believe is the current practice, but I don't see anything in here that prevents an ordinance like the one that we just passed. What you could do is loosen up the terms here. This suggests that the mayor shall appoint. I suppose you could change that to may or something like that, but I don't know that we've spent a lot of time on it. I can tell you the CRC did not bring this up.
We didn't. I'm just not. Generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of having mandates that are not, knowingly we're not going to adhere to. I don't think that's a good practice to have. So if it makes more sense to change the word shall to may, is 5 enough? I don't know the answer to these, so I don't want I don't want the charter to in any way mandate something that we're not doing and we have no intention of doing. And on the reverse, I don't want the charter to put any confinements that will not allow the mayor to exercise their vision with these positions. Councilman Tucker and then Donovan.
So, for clarifying question, I get it that the first 5 constables will be hired and appointed for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5-year terms. But then it says thereafter the mayor shall appoint 1 constable each year for a term of 5 years. So is that going forward, she be appointing people every year?
It creates a
indefinitely?
staggered.
Or is there a limit to the total number of constables to be appointed at 5?
The way
Because the way I'm interpreting this, it sounds like there's more than 5.
the way I read it is that there's 5 constables, and then it's the one is for the first year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Once you reach that, then everyone is getting appointed for a new 5-year term.
But there's only going to ever be 5.
That's the way I read it.
Okay.
Councilman Cassini?
Councilman Cassini?
Attorney Cassini.
No, I don't think so.
Got demoted.
He took a pay cut.
Okay.
We do?
To Councilmember Tucker's question, the operation of it is that in the first year, 5 are appointed, but in the second year, the first one that was appointed for 1 year rolls off, and now a new appointment is made for 5 years. In year 2, you have a new 5-year appointee and a person who is now in her or his final year as the second year. And then when that year concludes, that person rolls off and a new 5-year appointee comes. So for the first batch of appointees, each of them has 1 additional year than the appointee before him. But as they're replaced, each of them is now in a rolling succession each year, a 5-year appointment. So you get 5 constables, each with 5-year terms, but 1 is changed every year.
Thank you.
What you could do is add a sentence at the end or a clause at the end that says, or as set by ordinance. And that's been a catch-all that we've used elsewhere, but I don't think we've overused it. Which is to say, if there is no ordinance, then the mayor may appoint this, that, and the other thing. But if you'd like to, maybe there's good reason to address the specificity around how often and how frequently terms are set or constables are appointed, then you can, as we just did, set an ordinance. And then in this case, instead of changing the ordinances, you'd be changing the charter to have the ordinances come into compliance.
So what's everybody's thought about changing the word shall to may? And then, to me, this requires 5 constables. Maybe we put up to a number of constables. That way it gives the mayor some discretion. Maybe we don't need 5 constables. We don't need to pay 5 constables. We only need 2 or 3. It gives the mayor some discretion on how many. And then add the language that Terry Cassini just mentioned that we can adopt an ordinance that that deals with the process of doing that. Councilman Rivera?
Can we include the number in the ordinance and not in the?
Yes, with the catch-all clauses as except as set forth by or as otherwise set forth by ordinance, and you can alter any of
You want
these
to
things.
improve the flexibility, right? And that's something that would be, to me, that would be flexible or should be flexible.
So can the section just simply say that the mayor may appoint such constables, as may be necessary, as set forth in an ordinance? Can we just say something similar to that?
Yeah, you can recommend it says literally anything you want. I mean, right now, what you're talking about is that the specificity with which constable appointments are laid out in this charter are not in practice happening. And so do you want to change ordinances and adopt this, or do you want to change this to conform to your practices? It's up to you. Well, that's what you're suggesting. What Attorney Mennick just whispered to me was you could just say there may be constables appointed from time to time as set forth by ordinance, and
Yeah.
you can remove the
I like
waterfall effect of this.
I personally like
paragraph.
that. Everybody's okay. Councilman Quagliani.
Well, how about it set forth by Connecticut general statutes? I mean, we don't. It's referenced here, but it's not. Would that language continue?
Well, those statutes are about the duties that are conferred to constables, the powers that they have, the authority that they have, what they can do. It's not doesn't govern that 5 of them have to be placed at once, and the first one has to have 1 year, the second one has to have 2 years.
I think we should get rid of that, but I think we should mention that the duties will be consistent with Connecticut general statutes, right? Period.
Yes, I'd remain. I'd leave in here. Each constable shall have the powers and duties conferred on constables by the statutes of the state of Connecticut. How about rather than or as otherwise set forth by ordinance, and as otherwise set forth by ordinance? State statutes are not going to have specificity regarding the tasks that you're asking them to undertake.
Works. Thank you.
I guess we talked about a few different things, so I just want to try to consolidate that into some verbiage. So, if anybody wants to help with that,
I'll propose
that's like
something
the fourth
that
time
you
that
may
we've said
adopt
that.
if
I
you'd
moved
like.
to adopt what he said.
The paragraph begins on the first business day following the first Sunday in December of 1981, and then your edits are as follows. The mayor may appoint constables as are deemed necessary from time to time. Period. Each constable shall have the powers and duties conferred on constables by the statutes of the state of Connecticut and as otherwise set forth by ordinance.
May I have a motion to adopt what he said?
Yes, motion.
Motion.
Second.
All right.
There, hold on. The attorneys are conferring.
Okay, I don't motion it.
So our Attorney Mendick brings up a good point that without the waterfall effect of the 5 constables with additional years, you don't need to launch it specifically on the first business day following the first Sunday in December of 1981. You can strip that out and simply begin with the mayor may appoint from time to time.
Okay. May I have a motion?
Yeah.
Motion. Okay. Go ahead and motion it.
Go ahead, Gary. Go ahead.
I move that the mayor may appoint constables as are deemed necessary from time to time. That language to be added in place of the current language. And then followed by, thereafter the mayor shall appoint, that each constable shall have the powers and duties conferred on constables by the statutes of the state of Connecticut and as otherwise set by ordinance.
Second.
First from Councilman Tucker, second by Councilman Garthwaite. Any discussion?
Yeah. Just one simple thing. I know we were talking about the earlier dates and maybe a footnote, or no, is that footnote there for that? I know we were talking about the historic part of the dates. Is that something that we need to add in there or do?
This brings up a larger point that Attorney Mendick, I think, made earlier to me in the hallway that I'd ask him to make on the record.
The reason those dates are there is to the point that the Corp Council is making, is that you need a historical start point for the waterfall that you create with the stagger. And so my recommendation is that not here, because we're eliminating the stagger, we're eliminating the mandate for X numbers, but wherever you do have a stagger, that we have to have a start date. If I had more time with this, I would have gone to the clerk's office and try to see what everything looked like and see whether there's a consistent standard. But I think the charter may be the only place where you have a standard where you can go back and see what the date of origin is for a term. And so my recommendation is to keep that language elsewhere, but eliminate in this place.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Page 15, Chapter 3. Section 2, we added language, mayor shall appoint all department heads, boards, and commissions as set forth in Chapter 6, Section 1A of this charter. I think that satisfies that. And we removed Section 3B1. Again, if you have discussion, please just get my attention. New subpart 4. We removed the language that it's authorized by city council. We kept that. Eliminated or any other officer, board or commission by the city. And then after the Board of Education, unless otherwise permitted by general statutes. Page 17, Section 6, grant in aid. I'd raised the question of whether or not this title comports with the budget and that current person's position. The title, I think we determined that it does not. Do I recall correctly? I know Councilman Beaton has the budget book. Do you still have it? I forgot what her title is. Grants. I guess my question is, grants and aid, is that a term of art or is that actually a name?
It's an outmoded term of art. She's something else. It's grant. It's not. Is it manager or?
If you put your mic on, what is grants director?
Grants director.
Recommendation would be to title the section grants administration, but simply have the language read the mayor shall appoint an administrator who shall.
Perfect.
That way, if you rename or unname or whatever, and remember, we're looking for function over form in this. And so as long as the executive functions of the offices and the duties and the tasks of the departments are still prescribed and being either managed or executed, then we don't have to specify the title or the name.
Great.
We did spend a lot of time changing titles because the ones that they came up with whenever they did it are just inapplicable.
So we should just change the section 6 to grants administration, and then throughout that subpart, just remove grants and aid. Is that the
Yes, and I would say that it says the mayor shall appoint an administrator who shall
great?
solicit possible grant needs.
Yeah, the rest of it works.
So,
Councilman Quagliani.
It's late, but so is there any reason why we articulate what their job responsibilities are? Because we don't do that anywhere else.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't
I mean,
tell you how
I don't
long
even know
ago
if
that
they
was
do
put in
these-
there.
These tasks, I mean, usually tasks are not included in in the charter, but I was just curious if there was a reason why we're so granular with grants and aid as opposed to other departments.
Yeah, I don't know. I can tell you that that role does these things, but obviously can do other things as well. I don't know why it's met with such specificity.
So could we add
here.
something or other duties directed by the mayor or whatever? I mean, I don't.
Sure, you can. That you don't need to add that for that to be the case.
Okay, all right.
This may be an oddball question, but I mean, my preference honestly is if we just take it out because it's unnecessary because the executive has the authority to appoint positions. My only question is there something special about soliciting grants and grants administration that requires the charter to empower the mayor to be able to do that? Attorney Mendick is shaking his
I don't
head.
believe so, Steve. No, nothing
So
I can
that's an
think of.
inherent authority in the chief executive. So I see. So instead of going back and forth on a title and whatnot, we can just get rid of it. Councilman Tucker?
So for section 6, you may have said this already, but for section 6, is it going to change from grant and aid as the title?
Yeah, the title would be grants administration, so it would not speak to the individual, it would speak to the function.
Thank you.
Okay.
But the chair is recommending that section 6 in its entirety be stricken.
Well, as long as there's nothing that requires the charter to empower the mayor to actually perform those functions, and they're inherent in her being in the mayor being the chief executive, then
Meaning, can this work be done without section 6?
yes,
Yes, this work can be done without section 6.
then it seems unnecessary to me. Councilman Donovan?
Why don't we just leave grants administration and then the mayor shall appoint an administrator of grants? Just
Okay.
leave it one line and get rid of everything else.
You want to make the
So
motion?
we don't get rid of it altogether, so
Yeah.
at least the job's still there.
You want to make the motion?
I make a motion that we change, what chapter is that? Chapter 3,
Section 6.
Section 6, from grant and aid to grants administration, with the following word verbiage afterward: the mayor shall appoint an administrator of grants. The mayor shall appoint an administrator of grants administration.
He says that because that's what mirrors
Okay.
the title of the section.
So the mayor shall appoint a grants administrator.
I have a motion from Councilman Donovan. Do I have a second? Second from Councilwoman Tagliatella. Any discussion? Councilman Tucker?
So do we know whether or not in the job description that it defines all of the groups that this person would be soliciting possible grant needs from? Because right now this gives not only the mayor access to this administrator, but the city council, the commissioners, you know. So she's the person, if we wanted to try to go have a grant, we would be working with her. I just want to make sure that that language is carried through in her job description and we're not eliminating our access to having a grant
That's good.
person to support us. And I don't know that.
I'm gonna leave it.
My guess is that's something we would have to have personnel look into.
Yeah, I don't know the job description. Or you can adopt an ordinance. In the budget process, when you renamed it, was any of the function taken up? Was it renamed and rearranged because the functions were altered in any way?
I think she was given enhanced responsibility and oversight. I think certain staff members are now reporting to her versus
Which comes with a budgetary
Correct.
uplift?
Yes. Yeah, I think the position was enhanced from what it was.
So I personally wouldn't take it out, you know, just because I don't know that the impact is going to be clear to us of doing that.
I don't think we're taking it out. I don't think that was the motion. The motion is retitling it.
Well, the motion was retitling it and just leaving the first 7 words in there.
Yeah.
But I do concur now with Councilwoman Tucker that maybe we should just change the title and leave everything else in for now. Because if we take all that out and it's not in there about with city council and everything else, then that goes away and there's no, and unless it's in the job description, I don't have that in front of me.
What is actually the motion?
Right now, the motion is just to change the title to Grants Administration and leave the first sentence only to state the mayor shall appoint a grants administrator, period.
And remove the rest of that section?
That's the motion.
That's not how I understood the motion, but
That's
what he
That
said.
was the motion.
That was your
That
motion.
was the motion.
That's what we were talking about.
the way I understood it was that the mayor shall appoint a grants administrator who shall and then do everything else.
No, that's not what Gary
Gotcha.
said.
No, but I will withdraw or amend the motion.
Point
To-
of order.
Councilman Beaton?
In the budget, it's called Director of Grants and Strategic Initiatives. It's not Grants Administrator.
Oh. Good. Good to know. Grants and strategic initiatives.
That's the department now, right?
That's the position.
That's the position, the
That's the
director.
position.
Yeah, this doesn't speak to the position. The word administrator is not capitalized.
It sounds like this is an unneeded exercise, that if the mayor has the authority to appoint that position, create that department, and perform the function.
I thought you meant all of charter revision.
No.
Oh, that means
change our
it's time
mind.
to
Yeah,
go
you should have
home.
said
Everybody's
that
done.
to me in March.
Oh, it's a rough crowd tonight. All right.
Maybe we should just change the title and leave it as
That's
such.
fine.
Go ahead, Steve.
I have another suggestion. You can do this without it being in the charter, but to the point that Council Member Tucker was making earlier, you could simplify it, because grants are an important function, to something to the effect that grants administration, the mayor shall appoint a grants administrator to work with the mayor and city council, so it keeps the council in the loop on the development of a grants program for the city. Something like that. And so you don't have to get into the granularity of a job description, which you kind of have here, and then leave it up to the job description, but it leaves the council in the loop, which I think was the concern that Councilwoman Tucker had.
Okay. Can we accomplish that by changing the title to grants administration and have this first sentence say, the mayor shall appoint a grants administrator who shall, and then leave everything else? Can we accomplish that?
To keep all the other things that are in there?
Yes.
If you want. It's your call.
Okay.
I was trying to simplify it, that's all.
Who seconded the motion? Councilman Tagliatelle, will you rescind? Councilman Donovan, will you rescind?
What time is it? Yeah.
May I have a motion to amend section 6 titled to read grants administration and amend the first sentence to read the mayor shall appoint a grants administrator who shall, and then leave everything else.
Second.
I'll make the motion, that's fine.
I thought that's what you were doing.
Councilman
Sorry.
Tucker's the second.
See, we're tired now.
You just got undercut.
Sorry.
Yeah. Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or
Aye.
abstentions? Motion. One opposition. Motion carries. All right. Let's try to get through. Chapter 4 of the City Council, and then we'll probably call it an evening. Just keep in mind, however early we stop tonight, we can't leave until we're done tomorrow. Just saying.
I'm not saying we should leave.
All right. Page 1, page 2, page 3.
Chair has suggested that we push through to finish chapter 4. I'll just remind you, maybe you just said that or I just heard you say it. That which is not completed tonight must be completed tomorrow. There is no day after tomorrow. So
Good movie.
as long as you don't stay tonight will be as long as you do stay tomorrow. It's your choice.
Understood. All right. Looking at section 3. C, we had some discussion about whether or not the city council has to have involvement in regionalization opportunities. Is there anything that we should recommend to the CRC that would be in favor of best practices with this?
This speaks generally, but let me talk to you specifically why that was in there. It was about opportunities to create and or join regional health alliances, interlocality with surrounding municipalities to create a health district or to join a created health district.
Okay, so the current language doesn't need to be changed at all?
No.
Okay, thank you. Subpart F, approval of contracts. This is where it says, unless otherwise required by law or delegated by ordinance, the council shall blah, blah, blah. That allows us to truncate what the council has to do. So that's why we kept the definition as broad, but now we're tightening it up by ordinance. Okay. Page 22, section 5A. We spent a lot of time on this, so I just want to make sure. Did we address this? We addressed this tonight. This is the reading of ordinances. So this will be changed to recommend to the CRC that the language in section 5 is going to then say, is it passage of ordinances or enactment of ordinances or something like that, and that it will be performed in accordance with the rules of procedure as adopted by the city council, and just leave it at that. Okay. So that change is still to be made. Okay. Effective on Monday. Okay, so that takes care of my comments on footnote 104 as well, I believe.
Chairman, I thought
Yes.
section C, where it says reading of ordinance, was changed to enactment of ordinance.
Yes.
Am I missing it here?
Yeah, because we did that tonight.
Sorry.
All right, and then again that addressed the issues in footnote 104. Chapter 5, other elected officials. We added that the town and city clerk shall devote full time to the duties to mimic the language that's in the office of mayor, simply because the expectation is that position is a full-time position. And then under registrar of voters, section 2A, we put in specifically that deputy and assistant registrars will be appointed specifically pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 9-192.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I back you up for a moment?
Sure.
Did we speak to language that town and city clerk shall devote full time to the duties of office? That's something that had been discussed and passed.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just go through that one?
Yes.
Was I reading something else while you were doing that? Okay, great.
So we're good with that?
Yes.
Okay, just one. Okay. Is it appropriate to put that sentence there under bond? Or should that be B?
Oh, we can move bond to B. You can also have the town and city clerk shall devote full time to the duties of office just simply after the heading town and city clerk.
Okay. Just for easy reading, we should just do that. Yep. Okay.
Or do you have insurance? Question I have, and most charters have bond language in them. It's ancient language. Are you bonding these people any longer?
Do we? I don't know.
So I was bonded as treasurer.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Right.
I can't speak to the city.
What I would say with regard to bonding, maybe a general recommendation, have the commission take a look at what the current bonding practices are, and we'll talk to the mayor and see whether our risk management, what our risk managers do. Do we bond these people? As there's a lot of people who get bonded in this charter, and I'm not sure it's a practice that's used very much anymore. So we could leave the ancient practice in, or we could just take one last look at it. But
would bonding have afforded the city any protection from what took place a number of years ago with the COVID funds?
I think the city and the official.
I'm not sure that official would have been an official who was bonded. They're usually department heads, fiduciaries, like treasurer would be bonded,
Right.
Tax collector would be bonded, people in the tax office could be bonded. I'm not sure a person who was administering a COVID grant would have been bonded. So the answer is probably no, but I don't know that. It's just a question I had. I mean, it's not critical. We could leave it in the charter, and whether you follow it or not. I don't like leaving provisions that you don't follow, but we can check on that.
Okay.
I'll try to check on that tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay, so we've passed the registrar.
Chairman, whatever happened with the registrar or the assistant and making sure they were a resident or something with West Haven? Where did elected? I'm sorry. That is.
Yeah, that's the statutory
Okay.
reference. Unfortunately, we have a related issue that it's not going to be addressed with this, unfortunately.
Gotcha.
Okay, Chapter 6, appointed boards and commissions. We started, as for inclusion of language in Section 1A, that generalized the appointment of board and commission members and alternates. I think this accomplished what we were asking to do. Qualifications on footnote 127. Yes.
Is this where we were supposed to see the language about having residency, or is that in a different spot? Residency for 1 year. Okay, thank you.
Chapter 6, Section 1A, requirements. Subsection 1 is appointment. Subsection 2, elector and residency
Oh,
requirements.
I see it. Thank you.
So this opens it up for those specific bodies that permit out-of-town members by having the language saying unless otherwise set forth in the charter or by ordinance. Otherwise, all appointed members have to be electors.
We took away the 1 year requirement, I thought. Right? Or did we leave the 1 year?
That remains in fire and police.
Okay. In the.
Yep.
Okay, and we're calling ourselves a town in this. Is that it's supposed to be? City.
That should be city.
Thank you.
Yep, the last sentence. I want everybody to please look at on page 30, number 5. This is what we've all been spending a lot of time on. the role of alternate members of boards and commissions. Alternate members of boards and commissions shall serve in the absence of a regular member, and when doing so shall act with the full power and authority of a regular member. Want to make clear that that means that when there is an absence, not in order to necessitate a quorum, right? That's what we wanted. And that's hopefully what we did.
Yep, it says right there, shall serve in the absence. So that's whether or not quorum is required for attendance.
Yeah, who's gonna say?
We have executive session somewhere
that
else,
was my
right?
Just look at the
Yeah.
next section in red, at the
Go to the next
prefatory paragraph in red that you were asking about.
Prefatory.
I'm sorry, where was that?
Prefatory.
Oh, I see. Under section 2, all members of boards and commissions, including alternates, shall be appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. Alternate members are to attend executive session.
That's where I had my question was, instead of well, I guess you can't put R to attend. Yeah, I guess that would be it.
Right.
Because I was reading here, it says able to attend, and I would rather have it shall attend, but R to attend is the same as shall.
But I think
Yeah,
Attorney Mendick wants to move that.
I was going to say are entitled to attend, to make it clear that they have an entitlement to be at all meetings and in executive sessions, whether they're acting or not, but they should be fully informed. I was going to recommend that we move the language that council had put into section 2 that kind of stands alone and add, we already deal with the mayor's appointment earlier on. I would simply add on to subparagraph 5 on page 30 that alternates are authorized to attend all meetings, including executive sessions.
Attorney Mendick, I want to. I think we have to be very, very intentional with the word that we use. Unfortunately, it's become practice in at least one or two commissions where alternates are not permitted by the chair to be involved in executive session, even especially when they are not an active participant in that meeting. So my preference is that we find some word that is just unequivocal that they have an absolute right to do that and they cannot be told no.
Are required to, or may, because an alternate may not want to be there.
Yeah, I don't want to require the alternate, but I do not want to leave any room where an alternate can be said, no, you can't.
Are entitled to.
How about may not be excluded from? Shall not be excluded from.
I prefer affirmative approaches. Okay. Are entitled to attend all meetings, including executive sessions. So
okay.
You want to have your alternates there because you don't know if an item is a multi-session item and you need them for quorum for the next night. Why would you not want them to be at
or
the
even
meetings?
If you don't need them for a quorum, if they're filling in for the vacancy, like we are saying that they are able to do.
No, they make the quorum. Yeah,
right. If they're not part of that meeting, then they're behind the 8 ball.
Correct. So I said they are entitled to attend all meetings, including executive sessions.
That works for me. So then the action would be to amend subpart 5 to add a final sentence. Alternates are entitled to attend all meetings, including executive sessions. Is that sufficient? Yes. Thank you.
Can I make that
Chairman,
motion?
it's in section 2.
Yeah, we're gonna remove that from section 2.
Okay.
And remove the prefatory sentence in section 2. Councilwoman Garthwaite would like to make that motion.
Do you want me to read it?
No, we're good. Okay. You make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Donovan. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Councilwoman Tucker, I'm going to ask you specifically because I believe that this was actually your motion. No, it should be still 1. Council, the numbering of the subparts, I think, need to revert back to 1 and 2 because it's now a new sub B. It goes to 6 and 7. It should start at 1 again because
We're still on page 30, Chairman.
we're still on page 30. Yes. So back to my question, Councilman Tucker. I just want to make sure that 1-6, whatever you want to call it, the number of members and terms. You made the motion on the staggering language. I want to make sure that that does what you intended. Good to go. Okay, thank you.
Can we add language in that recommendation that says that the CRC is asked to provide stagger language for boards and commissions that currently do not have it? So I want to make sure that when it comes back to you, the charter will show the staggers. We're not going to create the staggers now, but have the CRC come back with a stagger as part of that recommendation, wherever we are, council recommendation number, whatever it is that deals with the staggers, should have language saying that the commission shall recommend staggered language where the charter is currently silent. All right, is that okay with you?
Does that have to be a new motion, or can we just say, "Thy will be done"?
That will be done.
Will be done.
As long as the record reflects it. We'll make sure it's in the comment on that.
Councilman Tucker, that was your motion. Are you good with that?
I move with that.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
So yes, please, thank you. Page 31, we removed the compensation prohibited because it was moved to a different section. Page 32, section 2, we're removing that first paragraph. So that's gone. Well, it's all of our batteries are. No, I'm just giving everybody an opportunity, but so far I don't see anything that is inconsistent with what we were trying to accomplish on page 32 or 33. '34 and 35 look good to me, unless somebody has something. Attorney Medic said that on page 34, we need to create the staggering effect.
Yeah, so we already have them as recommendations that we need to do it. We create transition provisions there, so I've put those in there already.
Okay.
All right.
Councilman Tucker, when you get there on page 36, H, the Board of Health, can you make sure that that language comports with your intention of that motion? Works? Okay, thank you. On page 37, J, we changed that to, that was the Commission on Aging, right?
Senior Citizen Commission, now based on public comment, will be changed to the Commission on Aging. I'm going to roll that into the recommendation just for that entire section. You already have recommendations for the establishment. It had been appointment by mayor, and now we're talking about establishment. So we'll include that in the same recommendation for that section.
Chairman, are we on page 38 yet? Is everyone there?
I'm on 38, yeah.
I just want to know, I see that our most updated, it went from establishment, and then we said number 1, and then we went to number 2, appointment. When did we get the appointment there?
No. So the first paragraph was establishment and appointment.
And appointment, correct.
We had decided to bifurcate those two things, provisions. It establishes it, and then it goes into how it gets appointed. And then 3 was the alternate members and how they are appointed, because they're not all the same. They don't have the same residency requirements.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Board of Ethics missing. Are we done in with the Alleytown fire?
You tell me.
No, I'm just making. Yep, just looking around. Good. Okay. Page 39. Board of Ethics is blank.
That's there because you had essentially stripped the Board of Ethics later, or the oversight. There was lots of language, and there was a section 2 that you had taken out.
Yes.
And so the question was, from Attorney Mendick and myself, should we move the Board of Ethics up to there, just as another board and commission?
Instead of Chapter 8, Code of Ethics and Standards of Official Conduct, just wrap it into the boards and commissions?
Yes. Instead of having it as a standalone. You can still have the code, but you've stripped Section 2, which was administration of the Code of Ethics and Standards of Official Conduct. So the question from Attorney Mendick was, as a board, should it be codified as an existing board in the charter? It currently is not. It's in the Code of Ordinances.
Right.
But it's not established in the charter.
Okay. So what we need to do under I is to establish the Board of Ethics, but instead of dedicating a whole chapter to the Board of Ethics, we can just consolidate the verbiage in Chapter 8 into I.
Yeah, what you've done is, in the charter is now, the proposal is to retain Section 1, Chapter 8, but refer to Chapter 10 of the Code of Ordinances instead of laying all the rest of it out. And so now, Board of Ethics under Section 2 would be, is that L? And now be created there. It can simply be established. But the question is around making sure that it's mentioned along with the other boards.
Okay. So I think to accomplish that, then, yeah, this is L. So there needs to be an establishment clause to create the Board of Ethics, and then we can move Chapter 8.
All the other language from Chapter 8 into that under their authority.
Yes.
So
And
we'll take the Board of Ethics as created by ordinance, move it into the charter, so it's a mandated.
Well, I want to clarify that. The ordinance does not create the board. The charter already creates the board. The ordinance is giving the board its authority and its.
I don't think the actual charter does create the board.
It may mandate.
The current one? It doesn't?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So we need to find out where the board is created. I assume it's created somewhere in the ethics.
It is.
Yeah. So we'll take that, put it in here.
Okay.
Because and the importance of having the ethics board in here is that you don't want somebody to come in and de-legislate and eliminate the ethics commission. So you want to make sure that that is a mandated commission that's created in the charter. Does that make sense?
Okay. So then, would the motion be to? What chapter are we in? I don't even know where we are. So Chapter 6, Section 2L. So I think the motion would be under to recommend under Chapter 6, Section 2L to create an establishment clause for the Board of Ethics, and then to incorporate the language in Chapter 8 into subpart L and remove Chapter 8. Is that functionally
Yes.
what we're looking to do? Thank you. I'll make the motion, second from Councilman Tucker. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. I'd like everybody to please direct your attention to page 39, section 5. Want to make sure that the changes accomplish what our goal was. Attorney Cassini, should the new language in A, the removal process may be commenced by the mayor, should it say a majority vote of the members of the city council, since we have the word vote in the board of commission? We should add that. We just add that as a Scrivener's change?
Yep.
Or by, I think we need to change the word action because the ordinance doesn't allow the Board of Ethics to actually do that. It allows them to make the recommendation.
So, upon recommendation of the Board of Ethics?
Yes. Can that also just be a Scrivener's change? Thank you.
Yeah, we haven't actually cemented any of this stuff
Yeah,
yet.
I'm trying to avoid motions if I can.
Yeah, you don't even need Scrivener's change. We're still talking about the language to be proposed to the CRC.
Okay. So it'll read, the removal process may be commenced by the mayor, a majority vote of the members of the city council, a majority vote of the respective board or commission, or by recommendation of the Board of Ethics.
Sorry.
Councilman Quagliani.
Thank you. So do we really want to give the authority of the commission the ability to remove one of their commission members? If there's only 5 of them on there, and
So I can give you a for instance. We're not, so this doesn't give the commission the authority. This gives them the authority to ask us to do it.
does it say that?
Yes. The removal process. So the removal process is a vote of the city council after a hearing. So what this does is it sets forth who can initiate that process, and it's either the mayor, majority vote of the council to start the process, majority vote of the board of commission, or a recommendation of the board of ethics. I think it's important for the board of commission to have that authority, because there has been, to my knowledge, at least one board or commission that had one or two members that were habitually absent, and the mayor did not do anything about it, and it made it difficult for them to conduct business. So under this, they would be able to have a vote to ask the city council to initiate a removal process.
More specifically, the appointments you just made to Fair Rent Commission involved at least one member seated at the Fair Rent Commission that was in absentio and needed to be removed. And that process began with the Fair Rent Commission themselves voting to ask for a new appointee.
Who did they ask? The mayor?
They asked the mayor. The mayor presented two people that were appointed, one of which was a replacement for somebody that they voted to remove because she was not attending.
So who could actually remove?
Us, the city council.
All right, so that's a change then.
Yes, so what this does is that there was never anything in the charter that says that anybody could remove a sitting appointed member of a board or commission. The recommendation to the CRC was to make it perfectly clear that there is an ability to do that, and then to prescribe how that's done. What they have decided is that function should rest with the city council. So what we did is ask for language of how that process is started, and it is started either at the request of the mayor, an affirmative vote of the majority of the city council, the board or commission voting to ask us to do it, or the board of ethics recommending that it be done.
Okay, so it all ends up here anyway.
Correct. Even the sentence that says majority of the members of the city council, that's a vote for us to start the process. It's not the vote to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
What is the vetting process to be on some of these commissions? Because I'm just curious as to, you're having conversations, you're asking Sean Ronan to be on the police commission, and I'm just having, and he's on the commission, and isn't there, I mean, what do they meet, like twice a month? And so shouldn't there be maybe something, I don't know if it would be set by us, the council, but a certain amount of absences to alleviate having to do this, and then you can just sort of appoint someone without having to remove them for constant absenteeism?
So the question is,
when you're vetting, when you're
Yeah.
you're looking to get someone, aren't we having these conversations? And I'm sure whoever it may be, Sean Ronan says, yes, I want to be on the police commission. So he's then appointed by the mayor. The meetings are twice a month. He missed 4 months. That's a lot of absenteeism for an important commission.
Right.
So does it necessarily have to be, do you have to be removed by the city council, or can there be something in that whole process that will say, look, we meet twice a month, same thing here with us. If you're going to be out that much, then you're probably going to need to step down or remove yourself, as opposed to it being a whole formal thing. You're coming before council, we're having to move you. Maybe that's just something that's a conversation or something within whatever it is, however you sign up or get on an onboarding of these commissions.
I'll let Attorney Cassini comment to
I'm
that, but
sorry.
I think he's going to say 2 words, and they will be due process.
Well, there is process, but we had this conversation. There was a whole section on removal from boards and commissions, specific with specificity rather, things that would be done or not by seated members that would then, Ms. Tucker's going to point you to it right now.
I think what the councilman's question is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're wondering, is there a way that this could be done without the hearing and the city council action? Can it just be automatic that if you miss X number of meetings, you're off and you get reported, you get replaced? I'm not sure.
We had that conversation. I think you all decided no.
Yeah.
Because it was up to then simply the board or commission itself throw people off because they hadn't been attending, and you didn't want to do that.
I think we want to offer some protection, but also the ability to continue to work.
And that may look like a strict standard, but the commissioner might say, well, the chair gave me permission. The chair will say, oh, no, I didn't give you permission. And that's why you have a due process hearing to resolve those kinds of issues. But you can have that conversation anytime you want. If somebody is not showing up, I think it behooves the chair of any body, from this body to any board or commission, to say to the member, do you really want to be here? Because we really need to get work done. If you're not able to do this, there's nothing to stop, and the charter doesn't stop that. You don't need due process to have a conversation.
Okay, so I think Section 5 accomplishes what we're looking for. So we will continue to move. Let's stop here. Yeah, let's stop here.
If you launch into Chapter 7, I'll caution you not to go too far, because we will get into collector and manager, assessor and treasurer.
Yeah. I don't want to get into that
Got
this
it.
evening. It's about 10:30. Okay, this is what tomorrow's going to look like. I have already renoticed tomorrow's meeting to start at 7 o'clock. I'm sorry, 6 o'clock. It was 7. We're now starting at 6 o'clock. We're going to start with Chapter 7 and go through the rest of the language, make sure it accomplishes what our goals are. What I would ask everybody to do, if you're able to do this tomorrow, go through the 3 sets of minutes and match them up with this draft of the charter. I just want everybody to make sure and verify with me that everything that we ask be done actually is done in here, that we don't have anything that fell through the cracks. Then once those 2 things are accomplished tomorrow, I presume we will have a final set of votes. One is a few administrative things that Attorney Mendick is looking for, and the second is the final vote to kick this off. Then before we leave tomorrow, we will be setting the schedule for the upcoming meetings. I want to add one more day with the Charter Commission. I'm not convinced that we're. I'm just laughing at Councilman Donovan. One of the 10 commandments in here has to be "Thou shalt not hurt the chairman." I am cruising for it. I want to add one more meeting with the Charter Revision. If it's taken us five days to get through this, I'm not convinced that we're going to get through this with one evening, with having the 13 of us plus 6 of them or 7 of them. So I want to make sure that we have enough time. Then my expectation from Chairman Kelly is that they are going to have their meetings in very early July to finalize what their recommendations to the City Council will be. So then I will be asking you all for dates in late July or the first half of August that we could have at minimum 3 meetings, and we'll parse it if we have to, but minimum 3 meetings to craft the questions, because I think that's going to have some dialogue. I am not in the state the week of August 10th. That's great. Councilman McMillan is eager to sit in this chair.
Wow. We're going to have to act within 15 days of when they send it back to you. So we'll have to see when they get it done. So that's
how long do they have?
Now, you don't have to do the questions within 15 days, but you have to approve the charter within 15 days. They have up to 30 days.
Okay.
They're probably not going to use the 30 days.
So we're giving this to them tomorrow.
This will be approved tomorrow night, so we'll probably give it to the clerk on Friday.
Okay, so that's the
Friday.
That's the 19th,
Yeah.
right? So they have until July 19th.
Till July 19th.
Oh, this is closed Friday. That's right.
So probably delivered Monday. So they'll have 30 days from that day.
From Monday, which is the 22nd, so they'll have until July 22nd.
Yeah.
And then we have 2 weeks, 15 days after that.
Yeah, and the 2 weeks, the 15 days is to approve it.
Okay.
You could still then have your meetings on the questions after. But the charter has to be approved within that period of time, and then we have to post the damn charter.
So we have to have a meeting to approve the final charter, and then we could have subsequent meetings on.
And
the
if that's
questions.
after the 15 days, that doesn't make any difference.
But our deadline is to have the questions finalized is
First week in September. It's like
first
September,
week of September.
Yeah,
Okay.
Secretary of State's office.
Okay. And we've gone through this back and forth a couple of times. I want to make sure that we are all crystal clear. When we get the final report from the CRC after all this process, we're going to have a full list of every change in the charter. And we have the ability to say yes or no per change, not the document in its totality. I understand that's not what we want to do. That would be a painstaking process. But we could lump certain things together and say we're good with that. But we can say no to certain things. And if we say no to certain things, it reverts back to what it is now
Correct.
with no ability to change it.
No ability to change it.
So it reverts
No
back to,
ability to amend it at all.
so if we vote no on something, the language or the whatever happens, it reverts back to the way it is now.
Best example, you have a 4-year term for mayor, 4-year term for council. If you want to take one of those away, then it remains what it is, 2 years, and then the only thing that goes to the ballot is the one that remains 4 years.
Gotcha. Okay.
And what you also don't have the ability to do is if they give you language back, you can't amend the language. You can only reject the language.
And if we
that's why it's absolutely critical that through this next period that we maintain a dialogue. And we're going to have those first 2 meetings where most of you are going to be there, but the chair and the liaison and whoever else wants to be there need to be at regular meetings so that we can clear language so we make sure we're going in the right direction.
Right. To that point, and I know we want to go home, but just to that point, these conferral meetings, we're going to be likely in Harriet North. Everyone is invited to go. What I've worked it out with Chairman Kelly is the way that we see this working out is that I will inform the CRC generally of per recommendation we have, and then just give a very brief description of what the reasoning for that is. Then through him, any discussion. I have he and I both agree that we are not going to allow that meeting to create a very long dialogue back and forth. If they have questions about why we wanted to change something, then we can answer that to the best of our ability. If they want to give a recommendation, and we can go back a little bit, but once we start seeing it's a circular argument or debate, we're going to shut that down because it's not going to be productive.
Yeah, what you want is almost the public hearing format where you hear from the public, answer technical questions, but don't get into a debate. The debate will come after that. So the idea is to get your point across at those first couple of meetings, answer any technical questions that may come up, and then the real robust discussion will take place at the third.
At the
meeting.
CRC level with
At the CRC level,
right.
but hopefully you or somebody will be in the room so that things come up, we get them resolved.
Yep, I will be there. So, Councilman Tucker?
Is there any possibility for the July, beginning of August timeframe where we have to approve the budget that if there's a need and people are away, like I might be, that we could log in and do it virtually? CRC. Sorry. Same thing. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was the easy one. Is it possible to do it virtually?
Yes, Attorney Cassini actually taught us how to do that here.
Yeah. And I participated in one.
And
you can actually do
yes,
that.
so we could do that, and I am more than happy to accommodate.
Okay.
To make sure that happens.
Thank you.
All right. With that, time is 10:35. I don't care who makes the motion. We're done. Good night, everybody.